Good morning and welcome to the MODUS Super Series. It's day 4 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and it is the beginning of Group C this morning. The three-time Lakeside champion Glenn Dowling is with me up here on the balcony to look ahead at all the action we have got coming up over the course of the next 5 hours or so. But before we do that, let's have a look at yesterday's action. It was the conclusion of Group A. Here's Chris Murphy with all the highlights.
Robert Rickwood endured a difficult day and a difficult campaign in Group A, only victory coming against his friend and travel partner Lee Shewan. Martin Adams, well, he will be disappointed not to have hit the heights like this as frequently as he often does. Great finish though from Adams, who will be back in action today, as will Shewan, who signed off yesterday's campaign with that fabulous 158 checkout in beating Andy Bolton. Harry Ward, well, he's just got better and better as the week's gone on. Showcase there. Lost his first 4 matches this week, but has hit back and will be in Group B tonight. And B, alongside Bolton, who took out a 125 checkout of his own. X Factor looking to return centre stage Saturday night, but the main man was Gary Stone, who cemented his place at finals night with another brilliant run, not unbeaten but unshakable at the top of the table.
Well, it was Stone's Island, wasn't it, here at the Super Series. Glenn Dowling alongside me here, and well, as far as dominant groups go, you can't get any more dominant than that.
And I don't think many people predicted that, because it was such a tough group. You know, it was really difficult to pick a winner. Everyone was touting Andy Bolton, because Andy Bolton is the real deal, one of the best amateurs in the whole world of darts right now, just coming from the PDC himself. But Gary Stone was absolutely incredible, especially on the Monday, and he'll be feeling fantastic for Saturday night.
Well, let's have a look at the Group A table then, following the conclusion of that particular group. As you can see, Gary Stone, the man who won the group, 26 points to his name, plus 26 in the legs difference category as well. And he had to dominate a group where he had the likes of Andy Bolton and Harry Ward that on their top days played some ridiculously good stuff.
Yeah, Andy Bolton's A game was absolutely tremendous and up there with Gary Stone, but it's just sometimes they seem to be struggling more physically rather than mentally. You know, it's a tough ask, the MODUS Super Series, and he'll be learning. He's on his debut, so, you know, I'm sure he'll be all the better for that, and I think he'll be glad he's got the extra rest as well to play in tonight. But I think the top 4 will be very, very happy. I just think the questions will be asked for Martin Adams and Robert Rickwood, and it's a new day now, and I'm interested to see how the pair of them do.
Most certainly. So, following the conclusion of Group A, let's see how the groups break up as the week goes on. As you can see, Gary Stone, the first player, automatically through to Saturday night's final. Group B is what we're going to focus on this evening, and that's going to see Andy Bolton and Harry Ward drop in. And they're going to be joined by Alan Tabben, Ryan Palmer and Scott Walters. Now, this morning's focus is Group C. We're going to see Lee Shewan, Martin Adams and Robert Rickwood drop in from Group A. And they're going to be joined by players we've seen here in the previous series. Kevin Dowling, who made it through to the Saturday night final last time he came here. Mike Norton from the southwest area, he's going to be back here. As well as Scott Taylor, who a lot of people are tipping up to do good things this week.
Yeah, I've had responses from all of them. As you know, I've tried to contact the players, and Scott Taylor's conclusion was he's hoping to get a Saturday night. That's not a man that's sounding too confident for me, but I've played Scott Taylor and he's got an incredible A game. It'd be very, very interesting to see. I think that group's up for grabs. I think whoever comes out the traps really quickly could do really well in this group, because that Group B tonight is absolutely littered. But it's Group C it is. How's Adams going to do? How's Rickwood going to bounce back? I think Lee Shewan could have a good Group C as well. It's, like I said, all to play for.
Usually in one of these groups, you look at people you think, yeah, you fancy as a favourite. But actually, when you look at the whole 6 that are here, they'll all feel they've got an equal standing to get through.
I couldn't agree more. I think, you know, trying to pick a winner sort of today, and, you know, to go from there, and, you know, Martin Adams, you know, the absolute legend that he is, surely he can't play like he did the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Is it his time to shine? Very interested. You know, I'm really looking forward to getting started, and may the best man win. Well,
let's have a look then at Group A and Day 3 in particular by the numbers now, because this is what we saw in yesterday's action, a 158 from Lee Shewan. That seems to be the theme of this Group A 158 checkouts. 11 data was the quickest leg we saw, 30% of the doubles hit, an overall average of 85.2, and Harry Ward with the highest average of the day, that was a 97.1. So that was how Day 3 looked, how Group A looked in the end. But let's continue our focus onto Group C and have a look at what the bookmakers think is going to happen over the next couple of days. These are what they're thinking in terms of the outright winner of the group. Now, they go Scott Taylor off as a 13-8 favourite. As we said, it's a tight group. Everyone fancies their chances, but is that just about right?
Until I spoke to Scott Taylor, like I said, his responses were he's hoping to get here Saturday night. It didn't, and he struggled since Q School a little bit. I think he went to Q School thinking it was automatic he was going to qualify, and it was a bit of a knockback. COVID's hit him hard as well, so there's a couple of things in his write-up there where I'm really intrigued to see how he plays. 13-8 is a very hot favourite there. I think there's added value a little bit further down, and the name that's sticking out to me is Lee Shewan. I'd like to see him do well. I just think at times he showed he was really good. Martin Adams, what's he all about? But like I said, that is a very, very open group, and all 6 players will think they've got a great chance of qualifying.
Well, let's have a look then at your tips for today then. These are Duzzers Acker for the Thursday morning session, and it's an 11-1 treble here. Just explain some of your thoughts and selections here.
Yeah, Martin Adams on day 2 at 180 all day. I mean, I think he suffered a little bit with the cold in the venue he sort of struggled with, and Scott Taylor's one of them players where if he starts firing, you know, the 180s will be free-flowing from him, and that was my decision on that. Scott Taylor was my tip prior to sort of doing all the chat there, and I think that'll be a really tight one with Lee Shewan there. So I've just gone for Taylor just to nab that game, and then in Martin Adams against Mike Norton as well. So I've gone for Mike Norton to beat the legend that is Martin Adams, and in a 2-1, I thought that was fantastic value, and 11-1 for the treble.
11-1, 18+, begambleware.org if you're having a flutter on any of the Super Series action. Well, match 1 for us is Kevin Dowling up against Lee Shewan. Glenn Dowling's got the job of commentating on 25 matches today, split over 2 sessions, and we're going to split the shift in the commentary box as well, because this morning, joining Glenn in comms is Chris Murphy. Morning, Chris.
Good morning, Henry. Good morning, everybody. Welcome along to the start of Group C on week 4 of MODUS Super Series 3. And we start with Lee Shewan, who was the best of the rest in terms of Group A earlier in the week. By that I mean he finished top of the mini league of players that have dropped in to Group C, ahead of Martin Adams and Robert Rickwood. He takes on Coventry's Kevin Dowling in his opener on Thursday morning here, the first of 15 matches in this session. As Henry alluded to, Group B gets underway tonight, 10 matches from 10 p.m. Dowling, nicknamed the Bounty Hunter from Coventry, taking on Fleetwood's Shewan, who, well, Glenn was talking to Henry there, said that, you know, he's one of those players that maybe could be.
First leg is Kevin to throw first.
Someone who could have a good Group C. I do think that what we did see in Group A earlier this week, Glenn, was Monday was the best day. So maybe the chance for the new boys, the fresh-faced players like Kevin Dowling this week to come and strike, while the others might be starting to tail off into some areas of fatigue.
Yeah, it's very interesting, that fresh versus people who have been playing there all week, and what would you rather be?
60.
Like I said, Lee Shewan demonstrated some real quality at times, but it was the consistency. And a lot of the players put themselves in great positions and didn't execute them. And it'll be interesting to see how Robert Rickwood does over the next couple of
100.
days, because he wasn't a million miles away, despite being finishing bottom of the group, from putting games away. And I think that's his objective today. And for Lee Shewan, he feels like he can and he should be getting through this group. So now all of a sudden he feels like he's, you know, one of the favourites for the group, whereas that Monday session was absolutely littered. That Group A was absolutely fantastic, and it delivered for all 3 days. Some of the quality was absolutely sensational. So this guy in your picture now should be feeling good, and just to come out the traps in this match would be really, really important. But it's a slow start from the pair of them
55.
so far.
Yeah, last time Kevin Dowling was here, he performed okay. Played in a week
60.
that was pretty much filled with senior stars. And he did produce some decent stuff at times.
69.
Quintessential dart player is Kevin Dowling from my era. Started, obviously, as early as when he was 14 in his dad's garage. Started playing at 16 in local youth for Coventry and
60.
Warwickshire. 18 Super League, 27 for his county. And then in 2018, he represented England, which he said was his best moment in darts so
58.
far. So
Kevin
it's just that
140.
classic route that many of us of our age sort of took. And Kevin is, I used to love reading his write-ups that he used to do. Lovely guy, as most of them are this
45.
week. And like I said, I just think one of these six can really pull away very quickly. But this is quite a poor start from the pair of them. And I think the nerves and tension are evident right now.
25. Kevin
Yeah, well,
95.
Dowling looking at 95. He's got plenty of time on his side. And he wants double 19 here, but may not go for it. 6 for double 16 with Shewan a long way back. He's got that luxury.
63.
After 18 darts and Shewan not on a double. Like I said, he was talking a really good game sort of this week. And I think he already eyed up the Group C as early as Monday.
Kevin
Thinking that's
32.
potentially and probably where he's going to finish. And felt confident he was going to qualify. And this is the start he didn't want so far. Well, Kev Dowling's not executing this double just yet.
24. Leo Carr 143.
Well, a big one. He's been absolutely nowhere and produced absolutely nothing in the leg, and that doesn't change, unfortunately, for Lee Shewan. Another in there would leave double 12.
190.
Just to put pressure on this.
8.
Double four's been a favoured double for many of the players, but not today.
Game shot on the first leg. Kevin Dowling.
And 50 darts later, Kevin Dowling takes the first leg, and I think we have seen Dowling hasn't come racing out of the blocks, Glenn, but it's been a sluggish start from Shewan.
Second leg leader throws
Surprising.
first. Game on.
I'm quite surprised. I think, like I said, it's the expectation now and that accountability for Lee Shewan. He probably had a free roll on the
83.
Monday. He wasn't one of the big names we were talking about. Now all of a sudden, like I say, his expectation, our expectation is that he'd kick on from there. So it'll be interesting. And like I said, there's so many stories, there's so many positives you can give all six to qualify from this group. And to get them 2 points early doors would be a real benefit.
But what is in
84.
Kevin Dowling's favour is that last time he was here, which is just under 2 months ago, he did play in Group C and he got through to finals night from it. Funnily enough, he was in Group C with Martin
100.
Adams, who also got through from that group as well.
Yeah, his practice partner, Chris, is his brother Sean Dowling. And Sean, I was there that day
85.
when he was the World Youth Champion in 1988. If I remember rightly, it was Granby Hall, Stoke, but if Sean's watching, he might confirm. You're wrong there, Glenn.
60.
Show my age there, aren't I, Chris?
No, I wasn't surprised, to be honest. Need to remember that one.
41.
I'm assuming you weren't in the tournament.
Wasn't in the singles, but I was in the I was in the team event, and in 1986 Cleveland reached the final, and it's one of the few trophies
60.
I kept. And whenever I ever clear out of stuff in the loft, etc., I do come across that trophy. Well, trophy is more of a plaque, so yeah. And then after that, I didn't pick up a dart really for about 11 or 12
Kevin
years.
O'Carr,
So
141.
Kevin Dowling's story is one of absolutely loving the game, and just when he thought his best was over, he got that chance to represent
77.
England.
Leo Carr,
And
126.
even better that weekend, he won both games, and something he's very proud of. It's an extremely disappointing start from Shewan. I did not expect this.
79. Kevin O'Carr, 64.
Well, it's a chance for Dowling here to take complete control of this match early on, and he's got 2 darts at double 8 to do so.
Game shot
Lovely.
on the second leg. Kevin Dowling.
Absolutely lovely from Kevin Dowling. You can see there that picture perfect 2-dart combo. Gets the 48 first, and then the 16 to make the 64.
Third leg, Kevin to throw first.
Kevin Dowling
Game
will
on.
be feeling much, much better about that than that first leg, which even though he won, just seemed to fall over the lining.
85.
And you can visibly see that Kev's beginning to settle now. And Lee Shewan's not someone who doesn't hide his disappointments. I think you'll see by his facial expressions and his
41.
mannerisms, etc., that he's scratching his head right now. I think he was expecting to come out flying again, and if truth be told, so did I.
55.
The cobbler needs to pull his socks up.
Otherwise, he's going to get the boot very, very
43.
soon.
See Glenn Durrant taking to this commentary lark like a duck to water.
Kevin, who's thrown a
45.
25-gram Windmouse Stratos dart. He said he feels very comfortable with that dart. And that's the best dart Lee Shewan's thrown today, but you can see the visual disappointment
70.
there. And I can tell you, when you throw that first dart and you hear the score of 70, it's absolutely immense, incredible disappointment. But music to Kev Dowling's ears, especially with that first dart like that.
Yeah, it's always interesting to...
100.
We're not always aware what the players have done in the time between the last session and the next one they're playing in, but Shewan, for whatever reason, does look a little bit dishevelled in terms of his
100.
performance here. Can't confirm he wasn't at the local darts tournament last night. I did turn up there myself and didn't see any of the Super Series players. They're all having a bit of time off from
60.
throwing the darts, it seems.
Gary Stone was thinking of going, wasn't he? Who won it?
A certain Simon Whitlock.
Good practice for tomorrow, I guess.
And oh, there we go. Lee Shewan has turned up.
Kevin Youkar,
And I have to say,
156.
Glenn, the man alongside you in commentary, did win a couple of matches himself.
You told me you were rubbish.
I was. That's what makes it funnier.
55. Lee Youkar,
So I
67.
do seem to win every time I go there, unlike the rest of the production crew. 58 remaining here. So tops to halve the deficit and get back in this
47.
match. And you think this could be
101.
the key point. If Shewan comes back and hits, it's game on. If Dowling takes it out, it's game over.
We might look at treble 14. He has got the option of bullseye, but that treble is a bigger target. Hence that reason he's
53.
gone way. But
Lee Youkar,
this is a
20.
real slow burner of a game. And if Lee Shewan needs a catalyst, it has to be this double 10. And I've talked a lot this week about that big bulbous barrel that he throws there. It's not always ideal
No
when
score. Kevin Youkar,
right on the wire.
48.
And there's that wry smile. That is an immense disappointment because Dowling's already finished on this side of the board already as he looks at double 16. Big dart in this match.
32. Lee Youkar,
Yeah, it's
20.
like the first leg all over again, isn't it? Shewan, though, gets the opportunity, and
Game
this time
shot
he
on the
takes
third
it, and that
leg.
could
Lee
be a
Shewan.
turning point in the contest, because not only has Lee Shewan landed the double, he's broken the throw and could square the game up at 2-2.
Fourth leg leader throw first. Game on.
Maybe I've been spoilt with incredible standard from Group A this week. This could be a case of just being a scrappier group.
100.
But I tell you what, I've seen 1,000 times where people have come through the Group C. It's how they peak, and if they can peak on Saturday night, whatever, irrespective of what you've done in Group A or Group C, it's just about getting to that final
140.
by hook or by crook sometimes.
That standard, though, did seem to tail off, didn't it, in Group A? When you looked at the numbers this morning with Henry, you were looking at a good fair
59.
few points in the average behind Monday, and all those maximums we saw on Monday as well, more than 40.
Yeah, I thought that Monday's session was the best I've been involved in. Great pace, great standard, great camaraderie.
100.
I think, friendships were built in there, but it was business on the hockey. And that's why it was intriguing to see how the managed pitcher plays today, Adams and Rickwood. How were they feeling against the people who were
47.
nice and fresh? Like the man who's here now, Kev Dowling. Super excited to be here. His form, not bad, he said. If I was a racehorse, I'd be lightly raced.
45.
And my answer to that is sometimes it's just nice to have that winning feeling. There's so many of these vault series going on in the ADC at the moment. There's plenty of practice out there for these players now.
60.
Well, let's hope he doesn't have a mare. First fence to jump. Lee Shewan here. And it seems to be, from Kevin in particular,
95.
a kind of sloppy leg and then a good one. Here he is on 1-2-1 after a dozen.
99, Kevin O'Carr 121.
Bit of feast of famine for Lee Shewan at the moment. Still the only player to have the maximum in this game, but he's been second best for a lot of it. But Kevin, with his experience, I just thought he would keep it really simple with this lead because he knows Lee's
85,
not
Lee
doing, but
O'Carr
that last start there is an
136.
absolute saving. That makes this 136 a must hit. But continues to slide away from the target.
44, Kevin O'Carr 36.
So D18. Double 9. Oh, how much could he see?
27,
We
Lee
don't
O'Carr
know, but
92.
maybe that marker was a bit of a distraction rather than a help. Could be 2 double 18s here for Lee Shewan. That was the intention.
56,
Does
Kevin
find a
O'Carr
36 in
9.
the end, but not to win the leg.
And usually the hard part is that dart there, but it's plumb in the middle. For 2 darts, a double
Game shot
4.
on the fourth leg,
That's
Kevin
much
Dowling.
better there from Dowling, and in a match that won't be remembered by both players. But the 2 points will be absolutely fundamental to Dowling. If he has aspirations of qualifying from this group from Lee Shewan,
Fifth leg, Kevin
this
to
is a
throw
real
first.
bizarre
Game on.
performance from my point of view, because despite finishing 4th in Group A, he did show signs of some real quality. A couple of averages in the 90s. Pretty much peppered the 80 average all
85.
day. So to see him languishing where he is right now, it's a strange one for me.
Yeah, well, he did finish above Martin Adams on the same points, but a much healthier leg difference.
85,
Yeah, having seen Shewan perform, or rather not perform in this first match, you would make Martin Adams a much better chance of getting through in the top 2 from this group already, without even seeing him
60.
play.
I don't know. I don't know if you've been in the room. It just feels a lot warmer as the week gets along, and that's why it's so important on Saturday night that you're here to support the guys.
44,
Tickets are absolutely free as well at dartshop.tv. An earlier start now of 7:30. It's been great to see the healthy return of people coming to watch now, because I can assure you, them dart players will love the fact
140.
that there's people behind and just creating that atmosphere that they're used to. And the guy in your picture now, I think, would benefit from a crowd, Lee. He's someone who'd really show his personality a lot more. But right now, he is absolutely
29.
having an absolute stinker.
Yeah, and you can just see some frustration the way he's snatched his darts out of the board there. Not happy at all.
36,
And speaking about having a crowd in your corner, this is where maybe Lee Shewan might be happy to go in the back room and see the face of his friend Robert Rickwood just to lift him a little bit. Face that's always smiling as well.
87,
Yes, I did say a couple of things this week where he just grabbed hold of me, Robert, and so I did listen to what you've been saying, because that smile's great. We all know he's a lovely guy, but I want to see steely determination from Robert Rickwood, because he has got an A
140.
game. And that's the best 3 darts that Kevin Dowling's thrown, and gives him this ascendancy in what has been a very, very poor start from both players.
45, Kevin O'Carr 40.
So for the match, double 10 for a 4-1 victory.
30,
But he cannot find it. Lucky for him, Lee Shewan is not in the same ballpark.
$140, Kevin O'Carr 10.
And that 140 probably made the decision for Kevin, who did have the option of going for 2-4-4, but that's a great marker for this desired
Game
target.
shot on the match, Kevin
Kevin
Dowling.
Dowling does finally get the 2 points, but you can see the incredible disappointment on the face there of Lee Shewan, who was one of the fancied runners in this field of 6. But it's Kevin Dowling. Looking at all them stats there, they don't. It's a 64 finish, I guess, being the highlight there, but you can have all the stats in the world, but it's Kevin Dowling who opens up with the 2 points, and that lays the foundation for him in this Group C. For Lee Shewan, it's a lot to think about. Maybe a little bit of support, as stated there, from Robert Rickwood, is what he'll need. But next up, the very interesting Scott Taylor. How is he going to play against the legend that is Martin Adams?
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Kevin Dowling is our first winner in Group C, getting the better of Shewan by 4 legs to 1 in our opening encounter. Second up for us, it's Scott Taylor, the man that the bookmakers reckon is the favourite to go on and win this group. He's in action up against Martin Wolfie Adams. This could be quite the affair for our second match of the day. So let's head down to the commentary box and join Glenn Durrant and Chris Murphy.
Thank you so much, Henry. It's another new shirt for Martin Adams. Is it going to be a change of direction for him? Because for his super high standards, Group A was a bit of a nightmare for Wolfie. And he's up against Scott Taylor. And I've played Scott a few times, and he's got a tremendous A game. A really, really good A game. I was a little surprised he was such a hot favourite for the group, but you know, he has got the game to potentially cruise through this group and do some damage on Saturday night. But you know, chatting with him, it didn't fulfill me with total confidence. So I'm very intrigued with this game, because part of me thinks it's time that Wolfie turned up, because I don't think I've ever seen him slide into the 5s and 1s as much as he did. He did say he was suffering a little bit with how cold it was in the venue, obviously without the crowds, and you know, early on a Monday as well, it can be a little nippy in there. And then one day I just heard him say, "I'm just too old," and I'd never sort of seen him react like that. So
First leg,
part of me thinks
first.
the story's not finished this week for Wolfie, because I know he shouldn't have any favourites, but it would be fantastic if he was here on Saturday night.
Well, speaking of age, I thought we were back at the seniors for a moment there. Paul Hinks refereeing, Glenn Durrant,
60.
Taylor and Adams. And I realised it was Scott, the Boltonian, looking to live up to that favourite billing.
I like the shirt.
He is a bit of a...
59.
You mentioned you chatted to him and he played his chances down somewhat. He's a kind of typically modest character that I think you put him in the same bracket
55.
in terms of mentality as some of the other players that come from that part of the world, like Dave Chisnell springs to mind. Just wants to throw darts and see where it goes.
I thought he was a little bit more cocky and brash as well. But you know, like I said, he was very full of humility
60.
and very respectful. I'm just looking at his throw there. It's a bit snatchy than I thought I've seen him play.
41.
Just as he's putting that release on there, so maybe he'll grow into the game there. But he said he was absolutely flying before Q School, and he said COVID really hit him quite hard. But he went to Q School this year just automatically thinking he was going to
100.
qualify, and it's a lovely feeling when you go to your biggest tournament of the year and you know you're in tip-top form. So that knock, I'm wondering how much practice he has put in since then. I didn't want to
54.
disturb him or make him think too much going into this one, but another very, very slow start from the pair of them. Is it going to be one of these groups where someone just has to stand above the parapet and say, "I'm here to win this group"?
81.
Side on view there of Scott.
During the last series, he did make it through to
60.
finals night. Played in Group 2 on that evening, and a bit of a horror show. He was beaten 4-0 by Andy Hamilton, but he was actually eliminated by losing to Martin Adams 4-2 in the group
100.
stage.
I tell you what, I reckon Scott Taylor knows that, but Martin Adams doesn't. I think Adams just seems to focus on wherever the next game is. I'm sure he
99.
remembers every
Matthew
single
Carl,
lakeside
101.
match he played, but I think very similar to me. I just seem to forget who and when I've played, and this is much better from Adams. Leaves him 41, so look at a big 9. Let's see how his doubles are going. Double 16.
Game shot on the first leg.
Clinical
Martin
finish there
Adams.
from Martin Adams, and we've been waiting all week for the real Wolfie to turn up, and we waited and waited and waited in Group A. Maybe saving all his best darts for Group C. That's
Second
a
leg, Martin
good
to throw
feeling
first.
when you
Game on.
peg that 101. It's a practice. It's a finish that we practice a lot, and even doubly better. It was done against the throw.
95.
Yeah, and if Scott Taylor had forgot, then he's just been reminded.
180.
You won't see Adams deviate from that treble 20 an awful lot.
100.
He much prefers to move across the hockey and stay on that treble 20 bed. So you won't see him go for treble 19s or 18s just too much. But this
96.
is much better from Scott Taylor.
I was hoping that he wouldn't deviate from the treble 20 in the second visit there.
Just to put into context about this A game I keep talking about, Scott Taylor.
140.
He has reached a final of the Pro Tour where he played, as he says, Michael van Gerwen at his very, very best. And at one stage in that final, it was 4-4 before Michael van Gerwen does what Michael van Gerwen does. But in the quarterfinals, he beat his all-time hero, and he said that's the game that stands out for him when he beat Gary Anderson.
I thought you were going down a Glen Durrant path then.
It's not all about me. I'll save that for the next 40 minutes.
134. Scott, your car.
Well, that's a good leave from Martin Adams, making Scott Taylor, who started this leg with a maximum, maybe have to finish it with a 1-3-1. And he goes for 2 tops.
91. Martin, your car. 32.
Yeah, despite that 180 opening from Scott Taylor, it's Adams already pinged this double 16 once today.
$16. Scott, your car. 40.
Saw that little bit of a shake that we used to see in Martin Adams' throw there. I haven't seen him much this week, but you could just see him shaking a little
Game
bit.
shot on the second
And
leg.
Taylor has
Scott
hit 2
Taylor.
tops, albeit in different visits in this leg, and it is all square after 2. Break back.
Yeah, it'll be Scott Taylor, despite the fact it's 1-1 will be feeling better because Adams
Third leg, Scott to
probably
throw
should have been
first. Game on.
2-0 up. You don't expect Martin to miss 3 darts at double 16 with that chance like that. He set it up beautifully with a 1-3-4 and 140.
95.
And I can already see that Scott Taylor's throw is already looking just a little bit quicker, a little bit more fluent. And, you know, there'll be nerves and tension with all 6 players. You think, people ask me so many times, do you still get nervous? And I think the day when Martin Adams' flight's not shaking
41.
a little bit will be a sad day, but that shake's been there probably all the past 30 years of him playing.
Just a little note on Scott Taylor as well. I mentioned his
137.
finals night performances, which he would have been disappointed with. But much like Kevin Dowling, last time he was here, he did qualify for finals night by getting through Group C, which is probably the hardest task in a Super Series week. Group A, of course, is harder to get through in terms of
180.
qualification, but you know that you're then dropping into another group. You've got a backup. 2 from 6 compared to 3 from 5 is difficult. And it was
43.
a really good, difficult group that he got through. Just running through the names that were in it. Matt Jackson, Cam Crabtree, who we've seen go on and do some great stuff, Hazer Snagera, David Bazuski, and the World Seniors champion Robert Thornton.
100.
Yeah, the groups just keep getting tougher and tougher here at the MODUS Super Series. That Group A this week was a standout one for me. As part as does his tips, I thought was going well there with Scott Taylor higher figure for the most
85.
180s. But that response there from Adams means they're both on 1-1. Remember, it's just a bit of fun. So gamble responsibly. 18 plus begambleaware.org. And this has been the tail of the tape, Chris, for me, for Martin Adams as week.
23.
Him
Scott, your car.
sliding into the 1s and
141.
5s. And there's the shake of the head because he can't understand it. He has probably come here this week feeling okay. He had a decent seniors. His practice has gone well. And he cannot understand why
119.
they're going. And then all of a sudden what you try to do then, Chris, is you start
Martin
throwing
Cole,
him a little bit
157.
harder. You try and harder, over compensating. And I just feel that's what's in the mentality of Martin today.
Just for anyone at home wondering why Scott Taylor's chosen to leave 22 there, it's because he was on
41.
79
Scott, your
and
car.
singles
22.
19 would have left 60. When had he gone for, say, treble 13, he would have been on a much more difficult finish. Had he missed the treble,
Game
he did
shot
hit
on
the
the
treble,
third leg. Scott
and
Taylor.
he's hit the double, 2-1 to Taylor.
Yeah, there's always the fear with double 11 that you're going to hit the big 11 there, and he'd be delighted where that one landed. Sometimes you
Fourth leg
think, is
Martin
it
to
better
throw
for a
first?
player to
Game on.
have it plumb right in the double? You just think maybe it's on, God's on your side today when it just creeps into the bottom of that double 11, because that was closer to double 8 for comfort.
He is maybe lacking a little bit of consistency, though, in the
100.
scoring in this match, Scott Taylor. And that might just give Martin Adams a bit of cause for hope. Look at the difference there. Just
140.
He has a 140 now and 180, but look at the amount of straight hundreds Martin Adams hit more than him in just 3 legs in this match. Problem is, like you said, Glenn, he's kind of rendering them irrelevant by having the odd score of 23, 26, 44,
81.
etc.
Yeah, it's been a strange week. I'd love to get his thoughts at the end of the week. But this is the kind of darts this guy's got as he looking for his second max.
180.
That's, I guess, rightly so, why the bookies made him the favourite. I wasn't really sure. I couldn't pick a winner, Chris, out the 6 today. I was being really intrigued how the day's going to go. It's definitely been a bit of a slow burner, though. This game is beginning to warm up now. Scott's just peppering the 93 average.
100.
And in old money, getting over that 30 average, getting over 90 early doors. He's finding that treble now with aplomb.
105.
Must admit that I did say to some of the production team that for me, I felt Scott Taylor was the favourite for the group. That's before I'd seen any odds. I don't tend to look at odds myself. And
100. Scorecard
just
76.
felt that Taylor had just that little bit of current quality over the other players, a slight edge maybe, and it looks like the bookies have thought the same as
36.
well.
Martin Yukar,
But these are the
120.
top 2 favourites for the group playing in the first match, so it'll be a big win for whoever gets through it.
Yeah, but that was criminal what he's just done there, missing the big 16. It's just lackadaisical. It's just a lack of focus. You're already thinking of that last dart, but he's got away with it.
Yeah, it takes a good player to take out a 120
Scott
finish.
Yukar, 40.
What did you finish on last night, did you say?
120, funnily enough, yeah. Double
Game
top
shot in the
for Scott
fourth leg.
Taylor.
Scott Taylor.
Leads 3-1.
Much better from Taylor. He'd be feeling rather good about himself right now because anytime you play the legend, that is Martin Adams,
Scott to throw first.
win over
Game
him, you
on.
know you'll be feeling good. You'll be looking at the rest of the players and think, well, if I can beat Martin, maybe these odds of me being the favourite in the group are rightly so. But
100.
he's just beginning to throw them darts with a little bit more authority now, a little bit more confidence, and I'm beginning to like what I'm saying with Taylor.
Well, they're both putting in a much better performance than we saw from either Kevin Dowling or Lee Shewan, but when all's said and done, it might be the exact same scoreline.
100.
And that's all that counts in the end.
Yeah, just getting them 2 points, like I said, if you can peak on Saturday night, it's just getting through the group. It's a tough group, this one, but I don't think any of the 6 will look and
96.
think, that's not a bad group. I think all 6 felt I can get through this group, where speaking to the players in Group A, they all looked at Group A and they were like, wow, that's tough.
Yeah, and it's an interesting one, isn't it, this week with Group B? Because, of course, there is the better chance mathematically of getting
121.
through. But what an awful group it is to be put in this week. It is very, very difficult, the group that we're going to see in
41.
action this evening.
Yeah, it's a beautiful group. Really good. Joe Mernon, Adam Hookville, best friends of Scott Taylor. Hopefully they're watching on. Joe Mernon is one of my heroes, Chris. What a great lad he is.
100.
I tell you what, when I was down in the dumps, there was 4 or 5 dart players who sent me messages.
100.
So if you're watching, Joe, good luck at the UK Open. Scott Taylor, I believe, is good enough to be a Pro Tour card, and what you need is good people around you. And he's
100.
very grateful to Jimmy and
164.
Danny at More Than Accounts, who were paying and helping him, support him financially to get his dreams. We're getting back to right where he wanted to be. I think it was a big knock for him not being in the
80.
Pro Tour. As Adam look at 80. Most important, I always think, make sure you hit the 20. The treble's the bonus, and he's going to have 1 dart at tops. He's been dropping low on tops this week.
Game shot on the
But
fifth
not this
leg.
time.
Martin Adams.
He did ping a lovely double top late yesterday. And that was round about the same position there. And it's Martin Adams who broke the throw there. So it's back on throw. And
6
Adams
leg
is back in
Martin
this
to throw
match.
First. Game on.
Yeah, and like in contrast to what you see in the rest of the week, 3 days, of course, for Group A, you can't really start talking about what's happening till the middle of the second day, but by the middle of the first day here, the table will be starting to take shape.
85.
If someone's lost 3 matches, they're effectively on the last life. So losing your first match is a big blow.
Yeah, and that's it. Kevin Dowling played his C game there, but
83.
he's got the 2 points. And that game was probably out of his mind already as he prepares for his next game there. It's just a case of getting them couple of points on the board. And like I said, a relaxed dart player is a better dart player. And you just feel the tension early doors. And
22.
from all 4 players, there's Martin again slipping into them big ones. And honestly seen steam coming out of his ears this week.
Just to run you through that group tonight, I'll make a slight prediction. I think Ryan Palmer is probably the rank outsider in that group.
97.
Apologies if you're watching, Ryan. Just an opinion because of the quality we've seen here from the other players in the group. Alan Taban, Andy Bolton, Harry Ward, those 2 who were excellent in Group A, and Scott Walters, who's done damage here before.
Yes, I'm a big Scott Walters fan. And
125.
does his tips tonight around his massive 180s, because I don't think I've ever seen anyone play as well as he did on the scoring phase, but his mentality let him down. And I know he messaged me on the Monday following
46.
that competition, said, I've heard your commentary and you were absolutely spot on. He let the pace of Matt Clark get to him, and not only did it get to him, he showed Matt Clark he was affected, and Matt Clark did what he does, and he just grinded him into submission 45. In the end. So it'll be interesting to see if he's learned from that, because he's great personality, full of confidence.
Well, he's one of the players, there's a handful of them, who's taken an opportunity as, a good star of the local area around Portsmouth around here, got a chance to play in it and took that chance, and now has become a regular in the Super Series.
Yes, I'm getting messages from people up north. There was another vault last night. My nephew Jamie Durran beat Tony Wood in the final. Makes me so proud. I wake up to see how well Jamie's doing, and he just keeps saying to me, I just want to get back to the Super Series and show them exactly what I can do. But he knows now that could be via the ADC partnership. Scott Taylor looks at this 135, but he's going to set it up nicely.
78.
And that is disappointing, that, Chris. It's lazy.
Yeah, it's a couple of times he's done that, and a couple of times you've noticed it and put it down to that kind of... It's almost like, isn't it, Glenn, that you feel that you're throwing that accurately, that you stop taking care with the dart and just think, oh, just throw it and it'll
43.
go in.
It's lazy, Chris.
Got your car 57.
So focus on the 17. Don't even think of tops. That's 3 in a row now. So instead of having 2 darts at tops, but I do like that grimace.
Game
And
shot
I think
on the
that
mat,
was
Scott Taylor.
all essential to a big win for the favourite of the group, Scott Taylor. The woes of Martin Adams continue. It's been a pretty dreadful week for Wolfie. He sets himself mega high standards. A great contest. The 4 from 6 on the checkout ratio for Scott Taylor is what is highlighted there. But you can do better, but a great start for the favourite, Scott Taylor. Quite an enjoyable match. As we see the return of Robert Rickwood, how is he going to respond to how he played this week against Mike Norton, making his first appearance of the week? Join us after the short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Scott Taylor has made an impressive start to life in Group C, getting the better of Martin Adams by 4 legs to 2 in our second game of the session, averaging 87.28 and 4 out of 6 on his doubles. Well, this is the final game in our first round of fixtures for the day. It sees Robert Rickwood, a man we've seen throughout the course of the week in Group A, take on Mike Norton. This is his second appearance here at the Super Series. He was a part of the field in Series 2, back for a second tilt at the title here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And since the last time we have seen Mike here, he's had an operation on his back and he's feeling fresh and ready for the challenges ahead over the next couple of days. And ready for the challenge ahead in the commentary box, always fighting fit, Glenn Durrant and Chris Murphy.
Thank you so much, Henry. I thought it was twins when I first turned on here. He certainly wins the award for the best trousers, the best slacks, does Mike Norton. Very resplendent there. Robert Rickwood, very, very difficult week. He did finish bottom of Group A, but if I was in the corner of Robert Rickwood, he was definitely putting himself in positions to win. Again, it was a little bit sometimes feast or famine. He was peppering the 180s, then followed it with a 26, but he was putting himself into positions of 2 dark combination finishes and just wasn't putting them away. Is today going to change? Where's Mike Norton? It's the first time for me. I've met Mike a couple of times, but the beauty of being in this comms box now, you're very up close and personal, seeing everything about the players.
First leg is Mike to throw first.
Interested to see this game.
Game on.
Yeah, well, Henry mentioned there in the link ahead of this match that Mike Norton had played in Series 2. I'll just add a little bit of colour to that because it could have been oh so different. Mike Norton was on course to make it through 2 finals night as a third-place player in Group B. Now, Matt Clark, in order to stop him, needed to win his last match against Colin Monk 4-0. Clark didn't know that he needed to do that, did it. Norton was knocked out. Clark went through and went on to win the whole shebang.
Yes, I do remember that one now you've said that.
99.
Very long points there of Mike Norton. So you might see his dart sort of going in a bit of an angle. But right at this moment, they're definitely fine. The treble 20 bed.
45.
And Robert Rickwood a couple of times this week went the perfect 6 darts. We're getting a bit excited for the 9 darter a couple of times this week, but Mike for sure
98.
has come out the traps quicker than anybody the 6th players today. Will that continue?
Also a favourite with our production crew. Mike Norton turned up with a batch of donuts for everyone. Nice
29.
guy.
Mike your car 164.
Unfortunately, Glenn, we just got given the holes, it seems. He makes a hole in this 164, though he can't gobble it up.
82.
Yes, he stayed there because that would have left double 16, but he did have to move across the ocky. But 82 is always a favoured finish. And Robert Rickwood, similar to Martin Adams, I was thinking last night as I was
70.
doing a little preparation for today,
82.
is one of them going to just totally turn around their form. Adams also going to be disappointed as Mike Norton looks at a big 17 for tops. And a beautiful 15 dart opener for Mike Norton. What a feeling that is for him, because he knows this is a big chance after watching Robert Rickwood. He said he's been watching the games this week. And that continued sportsmanship from Robert Rickwood continues. He has a smile on his face in the majority of the games. I think he went for a fist pump there and missed.
Yeah, well, that's in keeping with what else happened in that first leg, really, for Robert Rickwood. I mean, with the nicest possible attitude. I do say, though, you mentioned the points of Mike Norton. I wonder if we'll be able to test our camera crew in a bit, because he's got a massive prolonged lean, hasn't he, to the right. His darts all lean across to the right. So if he hits to the left of the bed, it's going to really block that bed. See, that's perfect for him because he can move across that. But if he was at the other side of the bed, then that's going to block it completely.
Yeah, it's a great point, and I'm wondering if he actually does aim for, but people say that the quality of the dart players these days, especially the elite players, are actually aiming for a certain part of the treble 20 these days. And I guess we all have the perfect dart, and that would be for him.
Yeah, there we see.
Yeah, you can just see the way on his pullback there, the angle that the dart is leaving his hands, sort of gives it that kick as well as that longer point there. But it certainly works for him. He's Averaging over 105 at this moment, very early in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult, isn't it,
30,
for players
Mario Kart
when it works for you.
161.
Obviously, everybody wants the throw to be perfect and to land perfectly in the ball, but if it's working, is it something you should look to correct? It's one of those, isn't it?
65.
And I'm sure he's used lots of tungsten over the years, because them points, it seems to have only been coming to the fore the past 5 years. You know, it was so standard, the points. We all sort of threw the same ones, and the aggressive points came out. Then
140. Mario
Justin
Kart
Pipe brought
96.
some 70mm points out one day. It was like throwing a bleeding javelin.
Yeah, is it part of the... Is that part of the reason it happens
38.
to his darts? Is
Robert
it because
Kart
it's
100.
such a long dart, long point, that there's a lack of balance?
Yeah. I don't like promoting Matt Edgar, but he did a fantastic piece on tungsten and
62.
points as
Mario
Robert
Kart
Rickwood aims
58.
for that double 19 there. I'll probably come to the next leg and answer to that question. But there again, sloppy. And it's now only one dart at tops.
23. Robert
There's
Kart
that just little
38.
kick at the end. That was just a little bit, you know, you had total and utter control of this match. Only one dart at double 8, and his woes
22.
on the outer ring
Mario Kart
continue for
35.
Rickwood. They're the chances he has to take today, because Robert Rickwood is capable of getting through this group.
Yeah, but a slow start, a losing start already makes it an
3.
uphill task. He gets
Robert
another
Kart
reprieve here
16.
from Iron Mike. Can Rickwood show some steel?
Being shot on the second leg. Robert
But
Rickwood.
he steals the leg and levels the match at one apiece. The smiling assassin that he seems to be.
He didn't go for the fist pump this time.
Third leg Mike to through first. Game on.
I would just like to see a little bit more steel. I think Rickwood could be an outside chance. He's had a disastrous week, and probably
80.
most people think, what are you talking about, Glenn, looking at his stats? He finished bottom of Group A, but he's a quality performer. Like I said, and he's got that luxury there of having one of his good friends in Lee Shewan there, where they can bounce off each other, practice with each other prior to the
60.
games. You know, there's real positives there for him, but it's just been a very, very poor week.
100.
And great for the lads to be playing under the watchful eye of our referee, Paul Hinks.
66.
Everything still in perfect working order at his age.
$98.
I'm just glad he was watching the football last night.
Yeah, the dulcet tones are still iconic, aren't they? He's a Man United fan, isn't he?
43.
So he would have been happy. I actually, when I was playing darts last night, they were 1-0 down. I thought they'd lost. I came back from a game. It was 3-1.
Yes, I could hear him. I couldn't get ITV on me TV last night. So
97.
I had to watch Tottenham. I did send Phil Bars a message.
Yeah, no comment on that one from me, obviously.
85.
Team from the other
Mario
side
Kart
of the city that I
126.
support, winning that one.
Well, Norton doesn't have to go on the 19s with Rickwood on 247, but he chooses to do that. And
80.
that treble 19 is an absolute saviour there. But all I would say to players in that situation, when you've got 6-star, just keep it very, very simple and sliding into the big 3 there. But he got away with it with the treble 19. And 46 is
29.
it's a nice finish
Mario
for us
Kart
for players,
46.
because probably look at the 6 and the 10, and then you're right in the middle to leave double 18. And
Being shot on the third
just
leg.
by
Mike
keeping
Norton.
it simple, he's knowing Robert Rickwood isn't at the races right now. So just keep it simple and just do what you need to do. Get the 2 points underway and kick on from there.
Fourth leg
Easier said
Robert to
than
through
done.
first. Game on.
People saying, shut up the way you're playing, Glenn, at the moment.
I had a chat with Bobby George at the seniors, and he's adamant that
45.
every combination finish you can go for, where you can leave 46 with 2 darts, is just about the best way to go. You could say the same, actually, if you could leave
100.
something where, say, the 8 or 6, 44, for example, where the 8 or 16 would leave you a decent double as well.
Yeah, and
You've
I
got
think,
a big area to aim at.
yeah, I think that's why so many players like
55.
48 as well as a finish. It's, you know, just aim in the middle of that. And these days with the Y is, you don't have the expectation of that bouncing out. But there's that dart we sort of alluded to. We just kicked in at that left side of the bed of the treble 20 there, but might not be beginning to take ascendancy in this group, taking control.
85.
He is a big influence in darts in his area as well. Mike Norton, he lives in Weston-super-Mare. Very much involved in organisations and the admin side of things, not just the throwing of the darts. He dedicates large parts of his life to this game.
Yeah, it's great to see, and it's a great feeling when you're giving something back to the game and you're seeing success from players who are sort of involved in as well. We created the Teesside ranking events 100. In 2008, and I knocked on every pub, every club door and asked if we could put a competition on, and since then, you know, the influx of players that's come from our area, our county system's doing really well.
116.
And it all stemmed from round about that 2008. Now the ADC's taking control. But in this match, it's Mike Norton that's taking control.
98.
Double 18 previously. I think he'll have fancied that. Now he likes to go on treble 19 first of all.
60. Mike Ricard, 18.
Set it up, but 18 is not the greatest of finishes there, but with Robert on 78. And with that large point, that might help him.
Shot on the fourth leg.
So many players who's got the thicker barrel. Sometimes when you get so close to that double there, that it's then very difficult to squeeze it in. But that point so far in the air, that actually was the perfect setup for him. And it's Mike Norton in a couple of scenarios here. He's 3-1 up, but he'll have darts in 2 of the next 3 legs if it goes the full 7.
140.
I think it was Henry Deacon that was talking about Gobbler's Knob and such things earlier in the week. And it will feel like Groundhog Day, won't it, for Robert Rickwood, because he just seems to,
60.
When he performs, his opponent performs, and when he doesn't perform, his opponent is kind of okay, not at their best. And the ultimate outcome is that he still seems to lose, whatever the scenario.
100.
Yeah, he's struggling big style, is Robert, but he's a great player.
Shown it in flashes this week. We've seen much better from him before.
129.
As for Norton, he is actually playing county darts this weekend as well. So if he gets to the final, that'll be early Sunday morning. He's going to be driving straight to Bedfordshire. 6 days of darts
100.
for Mike, whatever the scenario.
Yeah, Mike, age 59. I asked him when he started playing darts, expecting him to say 12, 14 like most, but he started
69.
playing darts when he was 49.
Mike Ricard, 161.
Through his first ARA only 10 years ago, as he looks at 161. And he'll be back to the treble 20 after that wonderful first dart. And what a setup that is from Mike Norton. Absolutely outstanding. And a dart away for a 13 darter and a big 4-1 victory.
He's landed all the blows in this match. And double 12.
12.
Not found yet, but shouldn't matter.
That'd be typical now for Rickwood to get a couple of trebles when the game is pretty much over.
100. Mike Ricard, 12.
So moving east. Double 6.
Game shot
and
the
Robert
match.
Rickwood.
Mike Norton.
Well, he's ironed out in his opening match of the day. A 4-1 win for Mike Norton. Flying start for him. Rickwood not at the races early. And maybe we are seeing a little bit of that fatigue from the players that have dropped in from Group A, because all of them have lost their opening encounters. Shewan, Adams, and now Rickwood going down. Norton with a 4-1 win. And we'll be back to see Lee Shewan in action next. He takes on Scott Taylor. Stay with us.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Mike Norton has got his campaign for the week off to a perfect start. It is victory for him against Robert Rickwood by 4 legs to run to round off the first round of fixtures for our Group C campaign for Thursday here at the Super Series. Next up, it is Scott Taylor in action. He got the better of Martin Wolfie-Adams in his opener. He takes on Lee Shewan, looking to get a win on the board to his name. Let's get to the commentary box then and hand over to Chris Murphy and Glenn Dovant.
Thank you, Little H. Yeah, Lee Shewan, as bad as he played in that first game, probably looked at the other 5 players and thought, well, there's nothing there I can't beat. However, he is up against a guy there who all of a sudden he just began to sort of get going. Scott Taylor, big favourite now for the group. And this is a big game for Lee Shewan because he cannot replicate what he did in that opening game of the day. He was very, very poor. And when you're in Group C and it's only the return of 2 from 5 going through, if you have 2 games and you've lost 2, all of a sudden your mindset is panic and sort of set in a little bit. So a huge game for the man in your picture there. For Scott Taylor, I think he justified his favouritism for the group with a big win over the legend that is Martin Adams, and I think he'd be feeling really good about himself. So you'd have to make the guy in your picture, Chris, a big favourite right here.
First leg is leading through first.
Based on what we saw in those first 2 matches, definitely. And I just wonder, Glenn, if you put any stock in this sort of hangover from Group A this week. Obviously, it's not something that happens every
45.
week, but you've got a couple of the players in Adams and Rickwood in particular that are of, you know, senior age, and just wonder, they've all lost the first
95.
match so far. Just wonder if it's something that you think could play a part in who gets through this group.
Well, I think I said 2 of the 3 of them will have been disappointing with Group B. I think the guy in your picture there, Lee Shewan,
41.
I think he saw the positives from Group B. I think he realised it was a blisteringly difficult group and openly admitted that when he saw it, it was a, wow, that's tough. As Taylor looks for another 180. And I think he sort of, on self-reflection and looking back at the games, he thought, And he said to me very early on, I think it was Tuesday even, and he just said, I'm already eyeing the potential. I'm in Group C, and I feel like, you know, based on the players who were there already, that I'm going to go into that and I'm going to qualify and get there Saturday night. So it was a real strange one for me to see him play so bad in that first game. For Adams and Rickwood, I was hoping, genuinely hoping that, you know, they've put aside that Group A and came out flying today when everyone's on 0, which we've seen many times in the Super Series. And yeah, it's been a real strange one there, and Kevin Dowling can't be that happy the way he played.
81.
So out of the newbies, I guess Norton and Taylor are the ones who are really happy.
Yeah, and that's a good point. And I think as well, you know, Taylor played the best and beat probably the hardest opponent out of the first set of matches. So for me, he's a shoe-in. I think he is going to make it through to finals night.
51.
But none of the others, you know, they've all got cause for optimism, haven't they? And can think, look, the second place is there for anybody.
41.
And that's, of course,
Video car 160.
Taylor does go on a run. It could be 2 places still to play for.
Maybe this is the moment for Shewan. But Scott Taylor
100. Scott your car 10.
Consistency to me. That's my only figure on that statement there, Chris, is that he could have a bit of a mare, which he's doing right now. He's playing with doubles there, and I don't understand
Video
that
car
one.
60.
That could be born out of frustration. Lee Shewan needs something. And something as simple as a 2-dart combo
Game shot
could be that
leg.
exact thing.
Shewan.
Maybe that is the moment I look back on where Scott Taylor really had that leg in his hands, and that's my fear for Scott Taylor. He has an amazing, amazing A game.
Second leg, Scott,
even to the sense that you could see Scott Taylor average over 100. You could also see him average 60, and that's my concerns for Scott Taylor. If I was in his
96.
corner, I'd be working totally on his B game. Win ugly.
You'd imagine that this pair are, well,
81.
acquainted with each other, 2 Lancashire lobbers. Robert Rickwood, of course, also in the group from that part of the world, although he did mention he plays his darts in
96.
Todmorden, which is sort of just outside Burnley, but officially in West Yorkshire. And it is the War of the Roses county this weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, I've played in that Yorkshire-Lancashire game.
100.
Not, I mean, in the era where they would get 5, 6, 7, 800 people in the audience there. It was a bit of a disappointment because Yorkshire absolutely dominated the year I played. I played alongside Mark McGeaney, Bo Greaves. We had a phenomenal team. Lorraine Winstanley. Scott Waits, it was an amazing amazing team to play.
41.
I've got my 100th cap for Cleveland, and I just wanted to play in the Premiership before I put to bed my county career. Yeah, I did enjoy my time there, so I know how much it means in that Lancashire-Yorkshire game this week.
97.
Will there be glory for Lancashire this week here at the Super Series? Lee Shewan did make it through to finals night on his first appearance. He actually got eliminated in a 9-dart shootout.
Yes, we talked about that yesterday. He doesn't want to go through. He said he made a real mistake
131.
during that 9-dart if he could go back, but obviously in the moment you do some crazy things as a dart player. And out of nowhere, it's Shewan's first max.
Scott car 36.
Well, it puts pressure on.
Game shot on the
Pressure,
second
what
leg.
pressure? There's Scott Taylor. And just for those of you, considering coming down on a Saturday night, tickets available for free from dartshop.tv. That is one of the things that is very rarely seen, but can be seen here at the Super Series. A 3-man 9-dart shootout. It's happened on a couple of occasions, and it would be something gripping to be in a front row seat for, wouldn't it?
Yes, I sit here in the comms box with an abacus and a calculator, because that's one thing you don't want to get wrong on the mic. Both players just seem to be warming up now. And maybe Group C has finally seen the best from all 6 players, because that's what we want. It's been a sluggish start.
85.
Another one from Taylor here would be nice. I used to have a T-shirt like that in the days. Naff Naff. Do you remember that?
121.
Oh, I thought you meant medium.
You're quick.
Yeah, and also a pot calling a kettle a certain colour, I think, as well.
$60. Leo car 156.
That throw is looking so much nicer for Scott. If there's one player out the 12 this week who I'd love to work with, it would be Scott Taylor. There's things I can see that I'd love for him to try.
98. Scott car 140. 96, sorry. Scott car 140.
Just a correction there from the referee, Paul Hinks. Called 96 for the score. Correctly in the end. Taylor won't be taking out 140. I think he noticed it, didn't he, Scott Taylor, and looked at Hinks rather quizzically.
100. Leo car 60.
Fabulous last dart, but Shewan's already pinged this already in 2 darts, and that will be on his mind. Big, big dart.
40. Scott car 40.
Just not up to the task. Scott Taylor will be feeling good.
Game shot on the third leg. Scott Taylor.
And he certainly pings that tops there, because all of a sudden when you see your opponent beginning to struggle, he knows that Lee Shewan's on 0 points. He knows that Lee Shewan's fighting for that first 2 points. And when you do scrape a leg like that, it just makes you feel like, is it my day? And I just think Scott Taylor, if he gets through this game, is just going to kick on right from now.
It does show you something, doesn't it? That moment we saw there, Paul Hinks with a slight miscount and then corrected it. You could see Scott Taylor was looking. It wasn't his score, so it shows that he's watching every dart that Lee Shewan throws as well.
Yeah, so many players look at the floor. I was someone who looked at the floor. I used to grimace waiting for Paul Hinks. You just don't want to hear a game shot, or so I wouldn't know if someone hit a 180 or a 26. To be fair, you just leave in the unbelievable presence of Paul Hinks.
One thing I actually did notice at the women's series recently is, they're playing in a similar scenario to this, an empty room, with the referee not giving it the big call like Paul Hinks, to be fair, on those women's series events like Pro Tours. Mikuru Suzuki is actually wearing earplugs, so it was almost as if she didn't want to even hear what the referee was calling out.
140.
Yeah, that was a good stat, you said. Mikuru only lost to Bo, and Bo only lost to Mikuru.
Yeah, really interesting times when
41.
we've had
a
flash era of Fallon and Lisa Ashton dominating. All of a sudden, we've got 2 different women.
Double 60.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Scott finish Taylor. That is from Scott Taylor. He's just beginning to play the alpha male role in this group. He's strutting around now. He's feeling good. And the darts, the timing of them darts are just going in really nice. He'd be feeling rather good about himself right now.
Fifth leg leader through first. Game on.
Feeling good about yourselves, one thing. Executing and sprinting through that line's another thing. But can you see the focus there behind him? That's what we call the reset.
28.
You just think, and then you hear 28. So he didn't look at them darts there, and you feel absolutely fabulous. You think to yourself, a 140, and I take control of this leg now.
Yeah, Lee Shewan's in trouble here now, not just in this match, but in this group. He's lost 4-1 in his opener to Kevin Dowling. He's on course to lose by a similar scoreline here to Scott Taylor. And he'll play Robert Rickwood about 11:30.
41.
His good mate and travel partner. If he loses that, he's probably going to have to be perfect for the rest of the group. It's a very precarious position to be in.
Yeah, they asked me who you thought
59.
would win the group. I said Scott Taylor, who's the value for money. I felt it was Lee Shewan, so sorry, Lee.
100.
And I wish I could give some expert advice of why. Because he spoke so well yesterday, he was so positive. I could understand him saying, "Oh, Group A, I came fourth, can't believe
96.
it." He left the building on a bit of a high. I think he was fairly happy he was in Group C. He probably felt like I did that because Group B is just stacked.
81.
I can't wait for tonight. I think there's some incredible talent in there, and it just hasn't gone his way today.
Have you ever played in a tournament with a similar sort of format in which you've got a set of players that are in
95.
from the beginning and then a new intake come and join them later on in the week? It almost reminds me of like Big Brother or something like that, where you've got the originals and
45.
then the others come in and kind of unsettle the pack a little bit.
Yeah, it is interesting because they all got on fantastically well in Group A. It was a brilliant room. You know, yeah.
55.
Andy Bolton is an absolute character. You know, then the Scottish accent of Gary Stone, but the laughter of Robert Rickwood. It was a fun room, and I know it was because every time I walked through, they either made a comment about what I was wearing or how bad I'm playing. You know, it was just good fun. It was just good fun, and yeah, maybe the new faces coming in now, but what I would say, it's business. The only thing you should be thinking about right now is
96.
that opportunity that you're getting from the MODUS Super Series. It's business. Get up there and win your matches.
Well, there's an opportunity for Lee Shewan, and he squandered it immediately because he now cannot finish. And for me, that's why maybe on 107 you should start downstairs.
75.
If you miss
Scott Rickard, 40.
either side, you've still got a shot.
And Scott Taylor, who's been the impressive player of Group C so far. It's 2 wins out of 2 for Scott Taylor. He'd be feeling really good about himself. Magnanimous once again, Lee Shewan, but I can tell you the disappointment will be absolutely incredible for him. For Scott Taylor, 95.05. That is a very, very acceptable average. And what's been impressive about Scott Taylor today has been his checkout ratio. That 101 finish, the bull double 16, he'd be feeling good. It's 2 wins out of 2 for Scott Taylor, and justifying his favouritism in this Group C. Kevin Dowling's back in the next win. He's on 2 points against Robert Rickwood, who's much, much needed win to come. Join us after this short break.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
To quote the great Paul Starr, it's the tournament where legends are playing and history is being made here at the MODUS Super Series. Some of the top international talent from across the systems outside the PDC all converging at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And before the break, we saw a really impressive performance from Scott Taylor, a 4-1 success against Lee Shewan with an average of 95.05 and that ton-topping checkout of 101 en route to what is his second consecutive victory in the group. He's beginning to assert his authority upon Group C. Match 5 sees Kevin Dowling in action. He's taken on Robert Rickwood. And talking about some tungsten tossing, here's Glenn Durrant and Chris Murphy.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, already an important match again, just like we saw for Lee Shewan in the previous one. Robert Rickwood will not want to go down in his opening 2 matches. The cause for optimism, I suppose, for Rickwood is that out of the winners, despite being a 4-1 winner, Kevin Dowling didn't play at his best himself.
No, I mean, he averaged under 70. I mean, I thought I mean, we were counting how many games are under the average of 80 in Group A. I think we were spoilt rotten Monday to Wednesday. So to see that opening game was a real scratch of the head for Kevin Lee Shewan. But you can see the big smile on his face there. They clearly know each other very, very well. They've probably locked swords many times. Just feel it's a bigger game for the man in your picture there, who's really beginning to just have that week you dread when you get that call to say you got the MODUS Super Series. You just want to peak at the right time. And for Kev, if he can get 2 wins out of 2,
First leg, Robert, you through
and then you start to relax, then you start to enjoy, and
Game on.
you start seeing your best darts. So each game has them permutations that we'll be talking about all week.
45.
Yeah, well, we still haven't seen, 4 games in, we still haven't seen a player that has been here all week win yet. Can The Rock change that here? We might not see it after the first 6 matches, because following this will be Martin Adams
140
against Mike Norton before we get our first meeting between 2 players that have been here all week.
45.
Rickwood and Lee Shewan. Now, they travel down together. Another interesting part of that is what are the travel arrangements if one of them gets a Saturday and the other one doesn't?
Kirsty's coming down because no matter what happens with Lee Shewan, he's playing for Lancashire A against Yorkshire A on Sunday. So he could be the champion at 11 o'clock on Saturday night. And
60.
His partner's car on the way down to, I don't know if it's at Lancashire or Yorkshire this week, but they'll be straight to the venue. That's how much the county system means to a lot of the players still, but also how important that Yorkshire versus Lancashire game still is.
Yeah, it really is. Big news in that part of the world. The War of the Roses. It's one of the Red Roses.
55. Kevin
Robert
Yokar,
Rickwood
164.
In his red shirt here, but the bounty hunter Kevin Dowling looking to carry on what has been a winning start for him today.
60.
I don't want to say a good start because, well, the stats don't back that up, but everyone's just rolling over in front of him. Rickwood is not out of the traps at all in this match. And you can see he's disgusted with what's happening so far. 270, Glenn, after 15 darts.
And there's the scratch of the head. Kevin Dowling just does what he's
56.
needing to do at the moment. It's nice, fairly solid start from Kev. I do like the Twitter conversation. Well, I don't like this one.
40. Kevin
Some of the
Yokar,
ages in
48.
Group C should stand for codgers. They even have Duzzer in commentary. The cheek.
Sorry
Game
about that. I
shot
thought I'd
first
left that
leg,
in my
Kevin
draft.
Dowling.
Ah, your chaps are you? But a good start from Downing. 17 darter there. Solid. Watching his opponent having all the struggles in the world, and I just don't like to see
Kevin,
it.
you throw first.
Well, look,
Game on.
Yeah, we say tongue-in-cheek about the age and stuff of some of the players. Was that an extra motivation for maybe some of the more senior stars to try and make it at least into Group B, and the likes of Robert Rickwood to be able to get that bit of R&R?
Absolutely. I mean, a great conversation with Andy Bolton. He was desperate to win Group A for the 2 days off. Group B was
180.
And there's the, I know that's the consistency issues, because that's what Robert Rickwood can do. But it wouldn't surprise me now if he follows up with a 45. Let's see exactly what he does next.
There we go. The Oracle
60.
has spoken. Glenn Durrant's crystal ball is out. 180, followed by... Oh, maybe another one. Well, that'll be pleasing, won't it? Just to... He's now on 181 after 6, having been on 270 after 15 in the previous leg.
It's pleasing for me because I know what it's like to be standing behind that hook. You want the ground to swallow you up. And like I said, it's a testament to his integrity, his professionalism that he's continued. Oh, 25. I was one off. Story of my life.
Well, he leaves the finish. I think that dart actually bounced out of the treble. 20. So he could have been on 96 here. And, you know, certainly in Burnley, it never rains. It pours.
Romeo Carr, 156.
Yeah, Burnley away to Manchester City in the FA Cup as Rickwood looks at this 156. What a moment this could be.
121. Kevin Carr, 158.
The rush of adrenaline, Chris. Sometimes just a little bit of composure, and I'm saying that to a very experienced player like Robert Rickwood.
Yeah, hit the one, but not the one he wanted.
28.
Dowling now all over the place as well, so Rickwood can clean this up. 3 for double 16 will be the MO.
Three.
Kevin in the opening conversation that he puts himself into winning positions. And don't be surprised if this 130 goes, because that would just be typical of the week for Robert Rickwood. It's double 5 for Dowling. What a moment. What a finish.
The second leg. Kevin Dowling.
And there's Robert Rickwood's reaction there, because that just sums up his all week. The conclusion of the week, put himself into decent positions, didn't execute, and then the opponent did.
Yeah, feels like nothing is happening for him, and everything is happening to him.
The only thing I can think of, Robert Rickwood, I mean,
123.
I remember a 5 days of Premier League behind closed doors, and I think I opened up with I got beat 7-0 off Dimitri van den Berg, and you just want to go home, and then you think, God, I've got another. Tomorrow 83. I play Van Gerwen, the day after Gerwin Price, and you just, and I'm thinking, Rickwood's thinking right now, this is just an absolute disaster. I've got all day to play, and then I've got all day tomorrow as well, when I just want to go
125.
Home. So the only advice I can give to him is that your game is there, Robert. It's about mindset right now. It's about focus. The laughing, and it's not working. Grit your teeth and see if that works.
No more Mr. Nice Guy. And look, players are running out of time. We're in severe danger
60.
If results go the way they could in the next couple of matches, that we already get a clear split with 3 players battling out for 2 places and the other 3 making up the numbers.
100.
Yeah, you feel like Scott Taylor's high, wide and handsome already. He'd be feeling this is a group. Not only was I favourite, but I'm head and shoulders above the rest right now. It'll be interesting to see how Martin Adams performs next.
22.
Still just think there's some part of the story that Adams can be here on Saturday night.
Oh, you know what you were saying about Robert Rickwood finding ways to lose this week. Martin Adams always seems to find a way to make it through to Saturday.
60.
And I think it's absolutely critical the next game for Adams. And like you said, it's good for the MODUS Super Series. It's good for the crowd that'll be turning up Saturday night there.
95.
You want those howls of wolves behind.
Yeah, very amiable chap as well, Martin Adams. I'm sure he'll sign an autograph or 2. You can actually get 2 3-time Lakeside world champions. I'll say both, because I know you don't just like the world champion billing there, Glenn, but you might be able to get 2 in your selfies in your phone gallery.
44.
The only difference will be I charge 20 quid. Martin Adams is free. And Dowling, he's done 64 already today by hitting the treble 16, but this time he's only going to get 1 dart or a double. And that dart, the double is double 16.
32. Robert, your car 32.
Well, Rickwood, you feel now has to hit. No two ways about it. And only 2 darts to go about it now. And only 1. And you can see he just looked a bit unsettled there.
24.
He hasn't taken it out, but what on earth was he
Kevin
looking at?
32.
Just take me home, country roads, he's thinking. Kevin Dowling, he can't believe his luck right now.
Game
He's played
shot on the
Lee
third
Shewan, who's
leg.
played
Kevin
like an absolute
Dowling.
lemon first game. And Robert Rickwood is just, I don't think he could hit a double. His life depended on it right now. You've got to feel for him. I know what it's like. He stood there, I know that feeling.
Fourth leg, Kevin did through first.
Well,
Game
Kevin
on.
Dowling here has got an average of about 76 for the day, and he's lost 1 leg.
Isn't that darts? You know, what would that have done in Group A so far? I mean, he's not setting the world alight right now. I mean,
25.
I spoke to him early and his confidence is not bad. Wow.
But it can happen, can't it? And you'll see it at the UK Open this week. Players
92.
will kind of scrape through a couple of matches, and the winning itself will give them the confidence, and then the confidence will make them play better. And all of a sudden, they get on a roll of performances and results.
It's a tremendous feeling when
100.
your B game is winning. I think that was a classic, you know, winning ugly. I mean, it's not synonymous with Durrant and being ugly, but, you know, I could grit results out knowing that.
43.
Wow, if I just bring my A game as well. And I was always like many players, if you can get a couple of wins under your belt, like Scott Taylor for me now is just relaxed. He can't wait for his next game. You know, when you're still searching for them
140.
opening 2 points, the game just gets tougher and tougher. And Robert Rickwood, them trebles are probably squeezing and squeezing as he pings this 180 from absolute nowhere.
180.
His second in the match.
And again, you see a reaction from Rickwood there, an eye roll to greet a 180 tells you everything you need to know about where he's feeling, what he's thinking.
60.
And that's the mindset. Yeah, he's just got that little, when he brings that dart back, a little
91.
flick. When that timing goes wrong, it's just not working from it. When it comes down to a double, he's just got no confidence it's going to go in. And a 140 here from Dowling or a 136.
136. Robert
Makes
Crown
this
95.
95 just shrink even smaller.
Well, choices. Went for double 19 twice.
34. Kevin Newcar 40.
You can barely hit 1 double now. Relying on 2 there was always going to be tough.
Game shot
But it's a
on the match.
comprehensive 4-0 victory for Kev Dowling. He'd be thinking, what on earth is going on? I'm playing my C game, and I've played 2-1-2. He's experienced enough to know that it's all about them 4 points. And the tail of tape is very clear. It was a dominant performance there from Kevin Dowling. Highest finish there of 130, possibly being the highlight, but the one I like there is the 4 from 5 on the outer ring. Great performance from Kevin Dowling. He moves on, and next up, Martin Adams, Mike Norton. A game not to miss.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it is 2 wins from 2 for Kevin Dowling for the concession of just a solitary leg as he gets the better of Robert Rickwood by 4-0 in our 5th game of the day. Next up for us, it is the battle between Martin Adams and Mike Norton. This will complete our 2nd round of fixtures for the morning, and that's going to be watched by Chris Murphy and Glenn Durrant.
Thank you so much, Henry. Yeah, I think this is a really big game for Martin Adams right now. Mike Norton have been delighted with his first game, a big win over Robert Rickwood, so he'll be feeling good about himself, but Wolfie, who lost his opening game, I think that moment really has to be now. And his trusted 22-gram data darts, a 3 times BDO World Champion, over 120 titles. Like I said, the word legend is easily used in darts, one of the most recognisable. And he's up against it right now, but like we alluded to, he does have ways of finding just the winning times, even when not his best, to get there Saturday night. But for me, that has to happen in this game here. I'm intrigued with this one.
Yeah, really important match. We've seen 2 players now play 2 matches and win 2 matches. We've seen 2 players play 2 matches and lose 2 matches. Will it carry on with that trend of the new boys, the newbies coming in this week?
Game on.
And beating those that have been around all week? Adams, one of those, finished joint 4th in Group A. Same points as Lee Shewan, but an inferior leg difference in
43.
the end.
Yeah, it's great to hear people on Twitter. Nice one from my good friend Carl Hamilton, so I can't say too much. Got a great show again, guys. Can I just say all the changes that's happened in MSS? The best one is having 2 commentators instead of 1. I listen every day now instead of ... a very popular show on the radio. Keep up the great work. Thanks, Chris, and hope to see you back here soon.
Well, I don't know how to take that one because I was one of the 1 commentators, so I suppose less is more, isn't it?
100.
It is very interesting though to get the analysis of the likes of Glenn alongside me, who's been there and done it and has
70.
experienced a lot of the things that the players will be experiencing up there, because it's not just about the ability to throw the darts, it's about what's going on in between the ears, isn't it? All of them
100.
can hit tons, 140s, 180s, but why don't they do it almost every time?
Oh, the mental side of the game is, like I say, I always say talent is only half the battle. I mean, it's great to be someone like an Adrian Lewis
60.
who can probably wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning, pick up 3 darts and hit a 180. It took me an hour before I started hitting scores of 100 plus. Just wasn't a lot of natural ability there.
I can back up that story actually, because it's funny you mentioned Adrian Lewis. When I was at uni, we were doing a project on darts, and Adrian Lewis, then world champion, bless him, his kindness, he invited us down to his actual house to film a feature with him. And us being a bit uninitiated,
43.
what we want to do now is we want to film you hitting a 180, Adrian. He was, are you having a laugh? I said, well, yeah, you hit a 180 and we'll pan. We'll just see if Norton takes this out on double 16 first, which he does. And almost like that on demand, Adrian Lewis walked up, hit a 180, and then we panned the camera, done in 1 take.
I did have something very similar, and it was a university, but theirs was,
Mike,
just do us a favour, Glenn, we're getting a close-up of the bull. Can you just hit the bull's eye with your first dart, please? I wish I'd give the response A.D. Lewis did, but bang. Just like that from Mike Norton. He's come out the blocks today.
Yeah, and that's worrying for Adams, isn't it? 50-point gap in the averages after a leg and a visit.
I think Mike Norton was the least I knew of the players sort of this week, so I was looking forward to seeing him.
45.
And a great stage, but I really fancied Martin Adams in this game. Really, really fancied him.
100.
Well, Norton himself, we did actually see, you may recall, Glenn, we did see him at the UK Open a few years ago, and he did make a little bit of a name for himself when he appeared in that tournament.
60.
He played some PDC stuff, some UK Open qualifiers and the like. And it is, of course, the annual FA Cup of Darts
60.
this week, getting underway tomorrow. But it was back in 2018 when Mike Norton played in the UK Open. And if you remember that one, it was the one where it was behind closed doors and he pushed
85.
Raymond van
Michael
Barneveld
Carl,
right to the
161.
brink. Lost 6-5 in the end, but it was a fantastic game of darts and a really big effort from Norton in that match.
90.
Yeah, all dart fans will be really looking forward to this weekend. Premier League tonight, the MODUS Super Series, and the start of the UK Open tomorrow.
Mario Kart 71.
Spoiled.
He hasn't spoilt this visit yet. Choices with 65 remaining. Ups for the 25 to leave
In shot on the
tops.
second leg. Mike
And
Norton.
this is not looking good for a wounded Wolfie at the moment. Iron Mike is doing all the damage. 2-0.
Yeah, it's an
Well, like
absolute
Martin to
sucker
throw
punch
first.
there
Game
from
on.
Iron Mike. And the tail of the tape right now is exactly on your screen. 2-15 darters from Mike Norton. Is making Wolfie think very hard. If he does have ways
83.
of getting through to Saturday night by hook or by crook, he felt he had to win this game. And he's not relenting, is Norton?
99.
So the scenario is very much in play that all of the three players that have come into this group, having not played this week, are looking to be unbeaten after two, and all of the players that were in Group A will be beaten after two.
Staggering stat. We have spoke many times at the MODUS Super
36.
Series about that. People coming in fresh. It's been a conversation on Twitter this week as well, and ways of tweaking the way the setup is, but it's clear. You don't win the
100.
MODUS Super Series in a group stage. A lot of the players will want to peak for Saturday night, but you've got to be playing well enough to get there.
I might sit down at some point and delve through the statistics, but I don't imagine that
60.
there'll be anything to back up that it's an advantage to come in late or to have played all week. Some players prefer to play every day. You even get some Group A winners saying, I'm not sure that I wanted to win the group. I fancy
96.
getting second place and playing in Group B.
Dare I say age comes into it? And, if you feel someone like Harry Ward could just play 5, 6, 7 days on the spin without a problem. And someone like Andy Bolton, who made it
96.
very, very clear, just 3 days would be enough for him. Because you do start, when you get over 40 to 50, and you suddenly do start feeling the bones creaking a little
45.
bit.
Then again, Norton, Shewan, maybe other players are already planning to jump straight in the car after Saturday and get to the county matches for Sunday. So not just playing here, they've just got a
77.
thirst for and a love of the
Mario
sport,
Kart
and they'll play as much
161.
darts as they can.
Yeah, if anyone from Lincolnshire Darters watching, get yourselves here on Saturday night. The 7:30 start now.
100.
All part
Mario
of a
Kart
nice county weekend.
149.
Be great to see you all. To Des and Paula Jacqueline, be great to see you them.
There we are, based not far from the city centre in Portsmouth. So do check
60.
us out. All the information,
Mario Kart
dartshop.tv. You do book tickets there, but you don't pay for them. Martin Adams paying for a slow start here. Every time Mike Norton misses, he's able to bail himself out of
29.
trouble with little worry. But
Mario
this
Kart
time,
89.
Adams is on his shoulder.
This will tell me an awful lot, this finish. He does find ways.
57.
It's usually down to them
Mario
types
Kart
of finishes there.
32.
I'm beginning to worry for Wolfie because the way Mike Norton's playing, don't anticipate him missing this double 16. Just the way them darts sit, that is not ideal. Not ideal at all. He's having to go the opposite way to open the bed.
Game
but
shot on the
somehow,
third leg. Mike
somehow,
Norton.
and I'm telling you, he was aiming at the bottom of that double 16 bed there. But he found a way through them two darts. And when it's your day, it's your day.
Well, if you were watching
Well,
earlier
like
on
Mike to
during
throw
Mike
first.
Norton's
Game
first match, we showed you a camera angle of the way his darts lean across to the right-hand side. So doubles on the left of the board, missed outside, are going to be a huge problem for him. Somehow there, he managed to stick one between the posts. That was the dart of the day, wasn't it?
Yeah. And so if you look at Wolfie, the way he brings that dart, all one line. Imagine a piece of string. It's all one line from brings it back to his face and pushes the dart through. But if you watch Mike's, right, he sort of then brings the dart to a slant. And you see the angle, and that's going to give the trajectory of the dart a little bit. And the mixture of them mega long points there just means that dart is flying. And I did touch on something that Matt Edgar did. It was a great video of flight, stems, darts and points, and you know, the speed of the dart going to the board, and you know, them subtle changes, the length of the points, the length of the stems, the style of the flight does make it different to where the dart's going. But ultimately, it's about that alignment of the hand, and it's totally different. It's the side of the face for Mike Norton, whereas Martin's trusty just brings, if you have a look, they're all in one line. Push. He holds it up, he brings it to his face, and then pushes from there. And nothing's, you know, there's no right or wrong way of doing it. It's not great to be tall, it's not great to be small. It's just the way that people throw a dart, and I guess no two darts are exactly the same. And my final bit on that is replication is key.
Yeah, repetition and replication is key. Repetition and replication is key.
You're quite funny, aren't you?
I have my moments.
Mike Car 62.
Well, this isn't funny for Martin Adams. He's facing a 4-0 defeat here. It's going to be one dart at double for Norton. He chooses double 16 and he pins it. And Mike Norton whitewashes Wolfie. Who would have thought that when the fixtures were set for today? You can see the show of respect there from Iron Mike. A pat on the back for Martin Adams. A bit of worship from Norton there. But it's brilliant stuff from him. 4-0 win in his second game to follow a 4-1 win in his first. And the three boys that have started today have started absolutely perfectly. Worrying time for Rickwood, Shewan and Adams. And Shewan and Rickwood are coming up after the break.
Welcome back to the Super Series where Iron Mike makes it 2 from 2 as he gets the better of Martin Adams by 4 legs to 0. Glenn Dowen is with me up here on the balcony to reflect on what we've seen over the first couple of games. And it's got to be said, the players that come into the group, Chris Murphy mentioned it in commentary, they've absolutely dominated proceedings.
Yeah, I mean, I understand coming in fresh is can be a big help, but we've seen many times in the MODUS Super Series having a couple of days practice, so I don't think there's been any real sort of evidence of what's the better. I'm just surprised, certainly for Martin Adams right now, and the two guys coming up next, how slowly they've performed today. And someone like Kevin Dowling is not even playing his best and is sat there on 2 out of 2. But the standout performances, Scott Taylor and Mike Norton will be feeling rather good. So yeah, the newbies are fighting it out right now.
Right, so if let's have a look then at the table then, following the completion of 2 matches for each of our players. As you can see, Kevin Dowling leading the way with Mike Norton, both level on +7 in the legs difference category, and that is because out of their 2 games, they've dropped just 1 leg each.
Yeah, Kevin will be thinking, wow, if I can be in that position without playing my best, what happens when I start playing my best? So Kevin will be feeling fantastic. Mike Norton's been a revelation for me. It's the first time I've really saw him up close and personal since the UK Open in 2018. But the guy in 3rd place is probably the guy who's thinking I can go on and win this group. I think he's the one with a little bit of class. And I'm not really sure what to say about the guys coming down from Group A. It's just been a real disappointment. And at least one of them is going to get a couple of points after the next game.
Well, let's take a little bit of a break from Group C proceedings and have a look at Group A in a bit more perspective. These are the stats from the 3 days that we saw in general. We saw 3 averages above the ton, the highest of which coming from Andy Bolton, 103.66. We actually saw 111 maximums, 22 ton plus checkouts, a couple of 158s, and I think the one for me that stands out is the number of legs won in under 5 visits, 9 in the whole process.
Yeah, the one that stands out for me is the overall average of 87. That's exceptional. When you see the quality that's been in Group C so far, Group A was absolutely unbelievable. And as a commentator, the best group I've ever been sort of involved in. I think it was absolute quality. Hence the reason why I thought the 3 guys coming down from Group A might do some damage in Group C. It just hasn't happened so far, but excellent stats.
And so we move on to Game 7 of our day here in Group C. It's going to see Lee Shewan in action up against Robert Rickwood. As you mentioned, one of the players that dropped in from Monday will get a couple of points on the board. Yeah,
good friends. Like I said, it's possibly the guy who really treated his business. I've been really disappointed with Lee so far today. And for Robert, it just hasn't been his week. And he's fighting and fighting. And I know how that feels. I probably know the mentality of Robert right now. And he's scratching his head so many times thinking, what is going on here? Is this a catalyst for one of them? So it's a big game, if they're going to have any aspirations of qualifying from this Group C.
Well, let's get straight into it. It is Shewan up against Rickwood in the company of Glenn and Chris Murphy.
Thank you, gentlemen. And it is a big match, isn't it? It really is potentially do or die for this pair. We speak about the rule of 3 here in Group C at the MODUS Super Series, and one of this pair at the end of this match is going to be in exactly that position, having played 3, lost 3, and then in need of realistically being absolutely perfect for the rest of the group, and nothing has gone swimmingly for either of them. It all started, didn't it, when they drove down together and a wrong turn was taken. And it's taking a downturn here for the pair of them.
Game on.
In this group. So Lee Shewan and Robert Rickwood it's probably the worst opponent for each of them to play a match that they simply have to win.
58.
And if you're wondering, why that point can be made this early, it is down to that very much. You don't get through this group losing more than 3
85.
matches. So I was just saying, Glenn's just joined me. I was just saying to the viewers there, Glenn, whoever loses this, if they're going to have any chance of getting through, they can't afford to falter one more time.
43.
Yeah, staggering statistic, but when you said there, it's the last person they want to play as each other, I'm not so sure. I think the opposite right now because they know each other so
80.
well. And they also know that neither of them is at the races so far, so they'd expect to win the game. I'm really disappointed in the guy in your picture there. I really fancied Lee to do well today. He's definitely throwing
100.
better now. I can just see in that throw. And he just, I don't know what his preparation was like this morning, but that first game was a difficult watch. Whereas poor Robert,
95.
he might be smiling away there, but inside he'll be hurting because the love and the chance of the opportunity of the £5 grand prize this week and that massive
100.
prize of £20,000 for Champions Week. It's life-changing for him. It can help him in the direction they want to go for in darts. I mean, someone like Leo's getting married next year. 25 grand would hefty chunk of money there maybe to put that aside. So all they can do is just focus on the next game, that old adage.
140.
And sets up a two-darter. And Rickwood, you just have no confidence when it comes down to the finishing. Is this the moment?
Game shot on the first
What
leg.
a fantastic
Rickwood.
angle of dart. So I'll try and explain what happened there. Robert Rickwood's holding his hands and say, "Where have you been all week?" The doubles, and Lee Shewan was just like, "I can't believe
Second
it,
leg,
Robert.
Robert,
You've
to throw
barely hit a
first.
double.
Game on.
Why are you doing it against me?"
I have to say as well, maybe, I'm not too big to admit when I might be wrong. Maybe what
41.
Glenn said at the start when he came down was correct there, because Rickwood maybe just feels a little bit more comfortable playing against Lee Shewan.
60.
And maybe we saw that in that finish.
That's why we love the game. You can have what's he had so far?
30.
I mean, 0 from 7 on the outer ring in his second game, and in his first game, 1 from 5. So 1 from 12 on the outer ring. He plays his good mate, has one dart or a double,
83.
and pings it. A strange old game.
Yeah, and I mean, he's only won one of their 3 meetings this week so far, Rickwood. 2 of them have been 4-3, and then Shewan got a
95.
4-1 win in between. But the fact that 2 are 4-3 just goes to show that they're probably quite well matched in terms of standard.
100.
Yeah, I think they probably felt confident that they can beat each other. I mean, Lee Shewan is someone who's graced the Lakeside stage. And when you talk about friends, he actually played his best friend in
40.
Jordan Brooks. And the draw from hell, really, when that came out. And then he had what he called the greatest moment in his darts, barring the fact playing for England, of playing Wayne Warren, who
96.
was the champion at the time at Lakeside, and went 2 sets to 0 up. It was a phenomenal atmosphere. I was there that night. And the Lancastrians, the Fleetwood Massive,
140.
were out in force. And they're the things he's still striving for, because when you get a taste of it, you just want more and more.
But will he get a bit
90.
more here?
WK
The
155.
120 open are now looking for a 155. Not to be, so back to Lee.
72. Leo Carr 72.
Who wants what Robert Rickwood just scored.
Yeah, he does like this route, centre of the board, the 6-6, but there's
Game
always
shot
the
on the
fear.
second leg. Lee Shewan.
Going into the 3 bed after that, but fear what fear? This is a good start. Both of them are playing the best darts. Both of them are playing the best darts against each other. And maybe they're just helping each other.
The leg leader
this
through
time on the
first.
hockey.
Game on.
Is that an element, I know he took that finish out, but is that an element of Lee Shewan's game that he might think about reconsidering? Because he does tend to start most checkouts on treble 20.
Do you know what
58.
I'm possibly thinking he's already thinking of the 16, as in hitting the fat 20 rather than the treble 20. The treble 20 is not really, in a strange way, if you know what I'm trying to think there.
25.
Well, we saw one earlier, didn't we, where he went for a treble 20 on 107 and missed the big number completely, then couldn't finish. So it's almost like, because, and I get the reasoning, you're so used to throwing at that target that you keep going, just throw your dart straight, and yeah, it's treble 20, 6-6, or 2 single 20s,
26.
16, but there are other areas of the board that give you a higher percentage chance of finishing the shot.
I mean, I've played games well before Dark Connect on the floor where I'm in
60.
total control, and on 72 gone fat 20, because of my love at the time for 16, which I always felt if you give me one dart at 16, and I'm just thinking if
43.
that's at the back of his mind, and now I'm watching on, I'm thinking what a stupid decision it is, because I'm sure when that treble 20 goes on 72, part of him's thinking, didn't really want that.
140.
He
96.
got what he wanted in the end, and it's all square in this one. A break a piece.
He doesn't hide his emotions, does Lee Shewan?
60.
I have to laugh. I've just walked in. I thought, out of respect to Martin Adams, I just, I had quite a solemn face. After he just lost 4-0 there, and he, cheer up, Glenn, you
39.
miserable get. Charming.
Mike Norton was, giving him the old legend greeting, wasn't he? After
100.
beating him 4-0, he was basically worshipping Wolfie as he walked off the stage. The players do here feel, against certain opponents, and Martin Adams is one of them, that it's an incredible opportunity just to share a stage with someone of that stature. Still on. Still on. But not in.
78. Leo Carr 59.
And this has been the difference between these two players today. These types of finishing, they haven't been putting away.
49.
Trend
Robert
continues.
Carr 38.
That just sums up the pair of that exact finish there of 59 sums up their week. And when you're lacking in confidence, sometimes you go directly for a double.
Third leg.
And potentially, 6-double-16 would be better. But that was a nice feeling, that double 19 going in, and Lee's just got a smile on his face then. I can't believe, Robert, you're playing your best for me.
Fourth leg, Robert to throw first. Game on.
Robert Rickwood is a former Challenge Tour winner. He has the pedigree,
100.
he has the game. It just hasn't been his week. Lee Shewan having good practice sessions on a Tuesday these days with his good friend
44.
Jordan Brooks and Wes Newton. And still playing Super League. Still playing for his beloved Lancashire County as well, and was the only person that said to me, I'm feeling very good about this week.
180.
And there's the consistency of Robert Rickwood. And another 180 to add to his tally for the week.
68.
And all of a sudden, Robert Rickwood is feeling rather good about himself, but my concerns of following a 180, what he's done after that, and as shown in diagram B.
28.
180, 28. Better from Shewan. Just gives him an outside chance. Robert Rickwood had this leg in his hands, in his palm, but that will feel good, that dart. I think he'll stay there. It's just enough on the left side of that bed.
95.
Just slides into the 5 there, but this is much, much better from Robert Rickwood. And Lee Shewan, you feel, needs a 2-dart combination here on the treble 20.
100.
Robert just gives him an outside chance. For Rickwood, he's already hit double 19. Just a bit messy. But what a dart. The saviour.
149.
The treble 20 for Shewan. Advantage Rickwood.
91. Robert Carr 24.
Well, it has been a bit of a, to steal a phrase from Henry, breakathlon this match so far. Every leg against a throw. This would be a hold for Robert Rickwood.
No score.
But it hasn't happened.
58.
And it is a chance for Lee Shewan to carry on that trend.
Yeah, he missed 59 in the last game, did Shewan.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
58 this time. And there's the shake of the head from Rickwood, because 3 darts to 24 for a 3-1 lead. Compared to a 2-2 game in a best of 7 is absolutely massive. And
this leg leader throw first. Game on.
He's just shown his opponent just a little bit too much for my liking. When you see your opponent doing that, you feel better. Seeing his troubles, and the 180 start flying. And there's the obligatory shake of the head.
29.
And all of a sudden, it's now advantage Shewan.
$100.
There it is, pulling away. It's his turn to try and hold his throw, having
27.
Just seen his opponent pass up that opportunity. And after 6 starts, look where Robert Rickwood is.
60.
I was going to say it wouldn't surprise me if another maximum came
81.
in.
Leo Carr 161.
The frustrating last start, and Shewan will be licking his lips at this. He really should use the bull on the last dart.
90.
Exactly what he does. And Rickwood is well back.
Yeah, you can see he's not happy, is he? He was competitive in this
63.
game,
Leo
and
Carr,
suddenly it's just
71.
all slipping away from him. Double top.
Game
First
shot on
holder
the fifth
throw goes
leg.
the way of
Lee
Lee
Shewan.
Shewan, and Robert Rickwood, well, I think he does have the air of a man who does want the ground to swallow him up right now.
And I just seen a bit of relaxation there in Lee Shewan. I think he knows
Six leg
that
Robert to throw first. Game on.
Robert's having an absolute nightmare. And there was just something in Lee's throw there, just his mentality, his demeanour.
43.
And expect him to kick on from here after listening to 43. That's exactly what he does. He loves that dart. That is begging for another one.
100.
And when your first dart is so good, sometimes you feel 100 is not enough. Just 1 and 5, as he says, why?
41.
Struggle, toils and struggle.
Well, Lee Shewan was the only player that Robert Rickwood beat yesterday, and that win actually brought an end to a 7-match losing streak. He's now about to make it another 5-match losing streak. These runs just can't happen if you're going to get through any of these groups, can they?
95.
I'll give him some hope. I went 249 days without winning a game, so it's not all too bad, Robert.
100.
I like that, you know, ton. Just say to people, when you've got that advantage, when you can see your opponent, just keep it simple.
43.
Have your first dart just above the treble 20. I promise you, the drop in with adrenaline and nerves and tension. But when you start aiming at that treble 20, that's when you start dropping low.
85.
Well, really last chance now to stay in the match. Needs to hit big. Needs 2 treble 20s. Can't find
99.
the first
Leo Carr,
one.
116.
And it's 19 for tops. There's me saying he starts all these combinations on
76.
treble 20, and this time he goes down for a 19. But he does like that double top, doesn't he, Lee Shewan?
Hasn't been too good to him this week, but it's his go-to double as Robert Rickwood throws his best 3 darts.
Leo Carr, 40.
Potentially his last 3 darts in this match as the two friends
Game shot on the match.
finish the
Lee
game with
Shewan.
Lee Shewan just beginning to look more assured at the end of that match there. But Robert Rickwood, what a week it's been for him. But he continues to be the type of personality he is, Robert Rickwood. He's the professionalism, he continues to give everything. But it's Lee Shewan finally making his move. He needed to be in a tail of the tape there. A very acceptable 86.35, by far the best game of the day for Lee Shewan. Is he going to kick on from there? Well, one person who is kicking on is Scott Taylor, but he's up against the very, very impressive Mike Norton. Whose unbeaten record is going to go? Back after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Shewan has claimed his first 2 points of the group by getting the better of Robert Rickwood by 4 legs to 2. Next up for us is the battle between two players previously unbeaten in Group C, as Scott Taylor takes on Mike Norton. And this is going to be watched by Glenn Durrant and Chris Murphy.
Thank you very much, H. Yeah, it is, well, it's gone from a battle at the bottom to a tussle at the top. There's two of those players who have won both of their opening matches. Taylor and Norton coming in to today's play. Taylor much fancied at the top of the table, but Iron Mike might be kind of stealing the show a little bit. He's won his first couple of games for the loss of just a single leg, 4-1 against Robert Rickwood, and then that standout performance, a 4-0 win against Martin Adams just a couple of games ago. And
First leg, Scott to throw first.
Probably wasn't, in all honesty, one of the fixtures that you looked at the start of the day thinking it would be significant, but whoever wins it is going to put themselves in an extremely promising position.
Yeah, great point. And how important will it be thrown first in this game? I just see like an air of someone who's very confident in Scott Taylor right now that I'm in charge, whereas I just think Mike Norton's feeling very good about himself. It's a great start. And he's opened up with a nice 140 there. Confirmed by Paul Hinks. Great play, the lad in your picture. Has reached the final of a Pro Tour as mentioned earlier, so the pedigree is there. If anything, he's just lacked a little bit of leaf and confidence over the years, and a little bit of consistency issues as well. I think he's got all the tools in the trade. There's that camera angle on the 19s.
95.
As you can see the elevation of the darts, what the dart players are looking at. Say Fatima Whitbread when Mike Norton plays the size of them darts.
140. Scott O'Carr, 170.
You forget my age. People will be, what are you talking about? The big fish is what I'm talking about.
145. Mike O'Carr,
well, he's not taking it out, and it allows Mike Norton an opportunity to break the throw in the first leg. 78 can still be done. Does he go modern or old-fashioned? Old-fashioned is the answer.
41. Scott O'Carr, 25.
With your darts. Oh, more like that. And out of anger, he's gone 3-1-1.
Mike O'Carr, 40.
Totally understand exactly what he did there. But that's the 4th time today he's missed a big number on a 2-dart combination. Only himself to blame, as Mike Norton now looks at double 10.
Game shot on the first leg. Mike Norton.
Hits it. He continues to impress, does Mike Norton. For Scott Taylor, he cannot keep missing those big numbers on those combination finishes because everything's gone to plan today.
First. Game on.
Apart from that, so positives totally outweigh the negatives for Scott Taylor. But he'll be left frustrated at that, and it was a breaker throw.
37.
One of the things I like to do each day when we're on air on the MODUS Super Series is look to see if anything significant has happened on this darting day. And one thing that does spring off the page is a couple of 9-darters were hit on this very day, both in 2002.
100.
One by a certain Alan Morin a little, and the other by Paul Williams. We've been talking about Lancashire.
80.
I'm pretty sure Paul Williams stood from 8 foot. Like Lisa Ashton. Someone might correct me on Twitter.
They were both in the Island
81.
Spring Classic that was won by John Parr. Actually beat Williams in the final. Warner hit his 9-darter against Cliff Lazarenko, and Williams hit his against Dennis Priestley.
100.
Snaps that dart in, doesn't he, just Scott? And I think that's a sign of confidence for him. This guy in your picture continues to impress me.
100.
Yeah, really is good stuff, this from Mike Norton so far today. Actually, Paul Williams not only came from Lancashire, but came from Bolton precisely, didn't he? Which is where
85.
Scott Taylor hails from.
Just brought a bit of shoulder into that one.
45. Scott Ricard 115.
Now, I like going downstairs on this one just to give the option to leave a 96, which is much better in my opinion than 95
40.
finish. But
Mike Ricard
last start setup
138.
play by Scott Taylor, my school report would say could do better.
100. Scott Ricard 75.
So 75 for Taylor to tie up this top of the table tungsten tussle. Another one of those darts that's just lobbed in the general
69.
direction, Glenn.
Mike Ricard 38.
Trying to weigh if that point is a help or a hindrance.
Game shot on the second leg. Mike
The
Norton.
last start tells you, and the first little fist pump there from Mike Norton. Was he the person I thought would dominate this group? No, he wasn't. He's delivering very, very nicely.
Third leg Scott to throw first.
Then as well as
Game
his
on.
slacks look. What do you think of the grey look?
Yeah, stylish guy, isn't he? Iron Mike, certainly well pressed.
59.
And he has impressed here at the Super Series. He's now 10 for 1 in terms of legs.
Iron Mike has got the knockout.
71.
Still think there's something in this match. But first and foremost, Scott Taylor has to hold his throw.
Yeah, it is
140.
Taylor who's on the ropes in this one. Just looks comfortable, doesn't he, Mike Norton? If you're just looking at, right, you don't know anything about any of these darts players, and you just watch their demeanour as Taylor produces a brilliant
162.
visit there, the 162 to leave 140. He just looks the most relaxed, the happiest. And maybe it's no surprise then that he's,
140.
at the moment, at this very moment, the best. Although that could change. A 162 setup followed by...
130.
Oh, so close to the 140 finish. What a spell of darts that was.
$100. Scott Ricard 10. Game shot on the third leg. Scott Taylor.
Well, there's been one feature this week which I've been talking about, and that's Does Tips. Unfortunately, it hasn't been successful so far until today.
Fourth leg Mike to throw
I have
first.
pulled out
Game
an
on.
11.1, whatever that means, 11.1 to 1. I think that's every pound you put on your win 11 quid. You can tell
Oh.
I'm not great at this.
Usually with your tips,
95.
Glenn, every pound you put on, you win nothing. But never mind, let's carry on.
But today I've got an 11 to 1 winner. So if anyone followed Does Tips
54.
today, then they'll be 12 quid up.
Why do I suddenly feel like I'm sat next to Matthew Edgar again?
He's really good. Hopefully he's not listening, but
100.
He's good at self-praise as well, though, Glenn. And I always
does he?
go from the school that self-praise is no praise at all.
Yeah, he was talking about a market movers and
140.
from 8 to 13 to 6 to 5s. And
No, fair play, credit where it's due. Well done, does it? Hope if you did follow
136.
Glenn, you'll treat yourself accordingly. And if you are having a bet today, do gamble responsibly. It's 18 plus, of course. Be
140. Mike Ricard
gambleaware.org
170.
for information on safer gambling.
the day's gone absolutely perfect for these two guys so far. And they've got the two highest finishes, but what a setup that
98.
is
Scott
from
Ricard
Mike Norton.
167.
Puts the pressure on for the second biggest finish in the game we love. It's treble 19, just short this time.
139.
What an
Mike Ricard
important
72.
moment of this group. What an important moment of this match. And he's going to get one dart, a double top. Big dart.
Game shot
Big
on the fourth
finish.
leg. Mike
Every
Norton.
question that's been asked to Mike Norton so far, he's answering, he's delivering. He's been absolutely superb this morning.
And you know, with the size of his darts, you would think that he might be
Deflect
well
Scott to
advised
third
to
first. Game on.
go for a route on a 72 that leaves darts out of the way, that leaves you a clear bed, but he didn't do that, and he had no
96.
trouble. He seems to be a bit of an expert in understanding the weight of his darts, because quite a few times we've seen him put a dart that you might think would be a problem, and he's used it to perfection.
140.
Continues to impress. And he's certainly impressing me.
60.
I wouldn't be too disappointed if I was in Scott Taylor's shoes right now, because he's averaging 98.48 to Scott Williams.
180.
Incredibly, Mike Norton, despite that 180, is still 7 or 8 behind in the average. So that's why the most important thing is just that leg score.
140.
And I love them 3 darts there. Timing was absolutely beautiful. And a little nod of appreciation to himself, but Mike Norton.
99.
This is Gary Stone-esque.
Gary Stone, the man who, of course, is already through to finals night
140,
on Saturday. Mike Norton is taking another step towards it himself here. Well, that's okay, because another 16. Well, what's happened here? I think he's now realised, hasn't he? He's miscounted.
55. Scott Ricard, 65.
And I think Scott Taylor knows exactly what he's done wrong as he raises his eyebrows. We look at the bullseye here. Perfect dart, 2 darts at tops to get back in this game.
Game shot on the 5th
Every
leg.
time we
Scott
say
Taylor.
big dart, these 2 guys, these 2 heavyweights deliver.
I don't think Mike Norton's got a clue that he's miscounted there. I still think he doesn't know.
And
6
that
leg
might be a
Mike to
good
go
thing,
first.
Chris, in a
Game
sense
on.
that it won't be on his mind going into this leg here, because this is a pivotal moment in this group. That treble 19 is just a beautiful dart.
81.
He had me second-guessing myself a minute then, Mike Norton.
100.
But it was a 16, which left him 66. So another 16 would have left the bull. He, for some reason, thought 14 did that, went for it, hit the 25. It would have been worse had he hit the bull. But as you said,
180.
ignorance is bliss. And he's defying that 3-figure average from Scott
134.
Taylor. And looks quite set to go on and still win this darts match.
Game of the day so far.
85.
We build it a clash of the heavyweights with Iron Mike. And as Taylor continues
60.
to jab away,
Mike Ricard, 155.
right cross of Mike Norton right now, which is proven really important. And what a way to finish this game this would be.
99.
But he'll accept that to leave a 2-dart combination. It's Mike Norton's to lose from here.
133. Mike Ricard, 56. Game shot on the
Fantastic match,
Mike Norton.
fantastic game between 2 brilliant players. Mike Norton, that was impressive. Up against Scott Taylor, who averaged 101.40, but Mike Norton did exactly the right things at the right time. His doubling was absolutely superb. 4 from 8 in the end for him. It was a big clash. Both are unbeaten. It's Mike Norton that's making a real statement in this winnable group for all players. That was a big, big moment. Very enjoyable game. And back after a short break.
Well, someone's O had to go, didn't it? And on this occasion, it's Scott Taylor's. Despite an average in excess of a ton, he was defeated by Mike Norton by 4 legs to 2. Iron Mike, bit more like Magic Mike, as he's won all 3 of his opening encounters. Kevin Dowling looking to keep up his 100% record in Group C. He's up against Martin Adams looking to get off the mark in this one. Let's hand back to Glenn and Chris.
Thanks, Henry. Yeah, welcome back. It is strange old day, isn't it, really? Mike Norton setting the standard, a 4-2 win against Scott Taylor before the break there. But it has been substandard from Martin Adams as Paul Hinks tries to figure out something. Just heard a little word from Paul Hinks there about the scoring system on the screen. I think we might have a little chat here, Glenn, about what's happened so far. As yeah, we've seen Martin Adams and the like struggle today. The players that played in Group A earlier in the week, Mike Norton beating Scott Taylor in the previous match, 2 of the new boys, probably their best performers. Do you think that's a fatigue thing that's hanging over on those players from Group A?
No, because like I said, we haven't got that evidence of sort of fatigue being an issue, and I just think the newbies have come in and been the better players, to be fair. And you know, Scott Taylor and Mike Norton was one of the most enjoyable games I've seen so far this week.
Yeah, just a reminder for viewers as well, Glenn, that you know what you're talking about. Or either that or a broken clock is right twice a day. But you've got your Does tips in, didn't you? What's your tip for this one then?
11-1. Oh, hey, come on.
First
2 in 1 day.
Through first. Game on.
Paul Hinks has fixed the scoring system, man of many talents, and the game can get underway.
This is Kevin Dowling, who's played a lot of his county stuff for Warwickshire. Very proud to be the first male to get 118 games in for Warwickshire. Something he's very proud of. I've been chatting with Neil Pritchard today as well, asking for some funny stories. He's given me one about Kevin Paints, which I'll try and get across sometime this week. But a very proud player is Kevin. He's someone I've always wanted to sort of sit down and chat to, because he's the kind of guy who would go away a lot for a weekend and then put it all down on social media just to get that experience for people, what it's like. Because honestly, it's quite tough on the TUI. They're travelling and the hotels, and maybe you got work on the Monday. It was kind of thing to try and get that balance right. It was always really difficult. So for people to read his journals and his journey, it was always a very enjoyable read. So he's one of the very good guys, is Kevin. I'm sure he's come across Martin Adams many, many times.
Yeah, and he's... I don't want to use the word, but I think I have to today. Been a little bit lucky, hasn't he? Kevin Dowling so far. Hasn't played anywhere near the standard that he's capable of, but has won his first 2 matches with ease.
Well, dare I say, when I was on the balcony, asked the question, right to my left is his wife. So I didn't go down in the sense of being very lucky, but let's just say I'm sure he's very relieved, because our opening game with Lee Shewan was one where Lee Shewan will just look back and think that was the moment. For me, it was just an absolute horror show. And, you know, for Kev to win with under a 70 average was a bit of a shock after the luxury this week, where, you know, we've just seen 90 average after 100 average all week. Now, if Adams is here Saturday night, it'll be an absolute shock for me, that's for sure. But he usually finds a way of doing it, but his time is running out.
Well, he's in that same predicament now that we saw Robert Rickwood and Lee Shewan were both in their previous match. Now, one of them was always going to get out of it because one would have to win that game. But if Adams loses this, he'd be on his last life.
I thought that was going to be typical Wolfie. I tried to show him some respect when I went into the Players' Lounge earlier. 71. I didn't want to start smiling at him after the 4-0 drubbing. And he just looked at me and said, cheer up, you miserable get. He won't be smiling if this tops goes in by Dowling.
Game shot on the first leg. Kevin
That's
Dowling.
usually what happens when you're behind, when things aren't going your way. Your opponents seem to have one dart or a double and they go in. And that looks a pretty forlorn Martin Adams.
Second leg, Martin to throw first. Game
He
on.
mutters something to himself.
Yeah, we've been waiting for Wolfie to really ignite this week, and it hasn't happened, and it's kind of the first time it hasn't happened. He's going to be here for at least another day, and maybe it will
100.
then. But I said right at the start of the week on Monday, Glenn, that usually Martin Adams at the Super Series has one bad day. He's looking for one good day this week.
It's a shock to me.
60.
And I think the biggest shock to me is the ones and the fives, because he's one of the straightest dart players. We've talked an awful lot this week. It's the perfect throw. You know, he stands, he aims, he pulls it back, and he fires. It hasn't changed, you know, from the days the men's
60.
game with Phil Nixon, the England captain for many years. You know, you look at all them photos that he's been involved in, and he's just one of the most iconic players ever to pick up a set of darts. And this week's just been pretty
100.
difficult to watch.
I'm sure he will go away and do whatever he needs to do, whether that is hit the practice board or whether it is just have a bit of a rest, Martin Adams. Something that he's never really done in his long, illustrious career.
100.
Following this one will be Robert Rickwood against Scott Taylor, and you'd have to say if Rickwood loses that match, and that is him done. With 40
100.
feet from 4 matches and only 6 left to play.
Yes, Kevin
100.
started his local league career 30 years ago with players like Steve Beaton and Trina Gulliver. That's not a bad local league team. His proudest moment in 2018 was putting that
Martin
England
Carr,
shirt on for the
141.
first time. And the cherry on the cake is that he won both games. 12 months after he won a Challenge Tour event. Sorry, he reached the final of a Challenge Tour in 2017. His biggest disappointment,
89.
Chris.
Kevin
3
Carr,
times he was in the PDC
141.
World Qualifiers and lost 3 times in the final. As he looks at 141, it's going to be on this occasion. He can set it up nicely.
105.
And he leaves a one
Martin
darter.
Carr,
If
52.
there's one thing about Martin Adams on this type of finish, he knew it was going one way.
Double 16 then. Plenty of space.
20.
We can't find it. And
Kevin
Kevin
Carr,
Dowling once
36.
again on this free roll Thursday gets darts at double 18 to lead 2-0 and break the throw. Double 9. In it
Game shot on the
goes.
second leg. Kevin Dowling.
We'll try and have a little look at Kevin's throw. We haven't seen an awful lot. We can get the side view on a Kevin here. And just caresses that dart with a grip, I've
Third
noticed.
leg, Kevin to throw first.
A lot of the
Game
fingers
on.
aren't really touching the barrel. If you look there, so you'll see a very softly thrown dart. Just caresses it along.
60.
There's the shake ahead, but you do feel he's on a free roll at this moment. He only lost 1 leg so far without being at his brilliant best.
$140.
A very high elbow. So the first thing I'm looking for there, the flight path.
100.
It's just above his eyes it starts, but then he brings it on like a trajectory all the way down to his nose. Whereas Martin, as you can see there, it starts below the eye line and just sort of goes in one way. It's like a piece of string, Martin's. Something I would promote. It's a type of
85.
throw that I really like. But if you see Kevin's, he starts very high. Look how high that dart is, but it's barely at his lips when he finishes the process. It's all about the handprint. What can he see in front of that
60.
hand? Can he see the treble 20? And I think that's why he throws from the side of his face. He could be very left eye dominant. So a lot of the concentration is coming from that left eye. That's where he sort of got the eyes on the prize.
Dowling's had
140.
a 4-1 win against Lee Shewan and a 4-0 win against Robert Rickwood. So he's now 10 for 1 this morning.
He'd have took that this morning as he walked in.
136.
You took it even more if I said to you, you won't be playing anywhere near your best, as Adams looks at 136. He's going to get a minimum of 6 darts.
Expert at that kind of dart, Martin Adams. Knows how to
96.
shuffle along the hockey and use a dart that for most would be a blocker to his advantage.
He's a spotter's dream, isn't he? Because he very, very rarely leaves a treble 20 bed.
Yeah, he makes our spotter
60.
this week at the Super
Martin
Series
O'Carr,
look good.
40.
Martin Adams. Won't mention any names. But it's Owen Binks.
35. Kevin O'Carr, 121.
Treble 20 for Dowling. He could still do it with treble 17 in the bullseye. And what a killer blow this will be.
Game
wow.
shot on the third leg. Kevin
Ouch.
Dowling.
Look at Martin Adams. Look at those shoulders. Kevin holds his hands and he just growls at him.
Great moment that between the pair of them.
Fourth leg, Martin to throw first. A game on.
Well, Wolfie sees a funny side in the end. He gave him a right old scowl, didn't he?
That was brilliant.
I don't think Kevin Dowling can believe... I'm going to use the word again, his luck. Spoke about Bobby George earlier, and one of his great sayings is,
60.
be good, and if you can't be good, be lucky. And Kevin Dowling has made the most. You can only beat the player in front of you, but he's made the most of the fact that they haven't brought their A games to him.
You can only do what you can
95.
do. Maybe it's about time Kev had a bit of luck. He'd probably be thinking, God, I've had a lot of bad luck lately for whatever reason. And that's why it's so brutal, this Group C. Only two from
83.
6 going through. And all of a sudden, Scott Taylor's in third place. Scott Taylor's up next against
100.
Robert Rickwood. We're expecting a win in that game. So it's all to play for. There's the shuffle across from Adams. Where really you should see
60.
Dowling go downstairs first start. He's looking there, so we might also be looking at the fact that Martin's on 298, so he's decided just to stay upstairs.
96.
And that last dart is a decisive dart.
Great start from Wolfie here. Can he bail himself out of trouble with the big maxi?
140.
Not quite. He does leave a finish, but I don't think it's enough.
But look what finish it is. How many times has that been sort of hit this week? The real turning point for Harry Ward. Will it be
54.
the turning point for Martin Adams?
158.
The Martin Magic. Not to be. Dowling, though, only in similar range. But Wolfie needs to hunt down this treble now.
83.
He does it again. He pulls it off again. But it's 60, 60, 36. Not on this occasion. So Adams returns with one final chance to avoid
60.
what would be
Martin O'Carr,
almost
75.
inexplicably a second whitewash defeat on the spin.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Martin Adams.
Much better from Wolfie. He'd be relieved at that one going in. And for Kevin Dowling, it's just about not panicking.
Fifth leg, Kevin to throw first. Game
Because
on.
in perspective, even if it goes the full distance, Kevin will have darts in 2 of the 3 of the legs.
Does it get to that point in some matches, Glenn, when you think you just win one leg? Just at least don't lose to nil again.
100.
For most people, yes, I think he's a bit of an enigma, is Martin. He's very, very difficult to read, and sometimes when you're asking him a question, I think you're just getting the answer that he thinks other people want to hear. I always pride myself on giving an
45.
honest answer. So for Martin, sometimes I don't know what goes through his mind. I think Martin has the philosophy where he still thinks he can win this game. That's why he's been so successful. That's
100.
why he's one of the best players ever to pick up a set of darts. His philosophy is simple: just win the next three, win the next 3 legs.
Yeah, it's a hard way of doing it, isn't it? But when it's this way around for Martin Adams, because instead of holding twice and breaking once, it's breaking twice and holding once.
But if anyone can do it, it is Adams. But Kev's just got a bit of a smile on his face as he's looking. I think he's actually
45.
enjoying the experience today, Kev. Like I said, he probably can't believe his luck so far.
We do like to discuss all elements. We've got the ace analysis of Glenn Durrant alongside me, and he's talked about the players' throw. I just want to look at the equipment a little bit, Glenn, as well, because one thing I've noticed
100.
about Kevin Dowling, and it seems to be a bit of a trend at the moment, transparent flights.
Yeah, it wasn't for me. I've tried them. I watched Jose de Souza have like 6 months of
140.
absolute brilliance. I mean, I stood behind Jose and practiced with him. I think to this day, it's the best I've ever seen. He's not playing as well as he was then. So I took his set of his flights, the see-through ones. And again, it just wasn't for me. It's horses for
60.
courses for an awful
Kevin
lot of
O'Carr,
people. And
116.
you know, certain people like certain colours, but it does seem to be the way people are going now. These click stems and flights, and clearly works for him. And like I said, it's a 25-gram barrel. It does say on his setup
44.
there that it's a
Martin
22-gram barrel, but I
156.
chatted with him earlier. It's a 25 Windmill dart, and he said he's really getting used to them. As Adam looks at this 156, and Adams has used a 22-gram data dart pretty much all his career. But that's a definitely different shaped
55.
flight
Kevin O'Carr,
for Adams to what
72.
I'm normally used to seeing him in. As Dowling looks at 72. The preferred option usually these days is the 16s. We've just watched Adams at 24.
Got a bit of a mess, a bit of a chance for Martin Adams. Now then, can
64.
the Wolves
Martin
prey
O'Carr, 101.
on that error by his opponent? Well, he can still do this. Martin is smarting, but he can still rescue himself here, and that's part of the equation. He
65.
can't complete the sum,
Kevin O'Carr,
and that
8.
kind of sums things up for Martin Adams.
Game shot on the
And it
match.
certainly
Kevin
does as
Dowling.
Kevin Dowling wins that game 4-1. Sort of apologetic more than anything, but respect once again to Wolfie is evident there. 3 out of 3 for Kevin Dowling. He won't believe his luck when he walked in this morning, and to be offered that scenario, he'd be absolutely delighted. And you feel anything from now is a bonus. Now he has to kick on. For Scott Taylor now, he's in 3rd place, but he's up next against bottom of the table Robert Rickwood in a game he feels is a must-win for him. But there's the tail of the tape. Very close encounter, that 1-2-1 being the highlight. But it's Kevin Dowling who goes top of the table on 6 points. And next up, Robert Rickwood, Scott Taylor.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Top international darts, 6 days a week, 50 weeks of the year here at the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Kevin Dowling got the better of Martin Adams by 4 legs to 1 to keep up his perfect start to the Group C campaign. And so now for us, we head into Game 4 for Scott Taylor and Robert Rickwood. Taylor looking to get into the winners' enclosure again, whilst Robert Rickwood, he's searching for his first win of the day. Actually, his first win since midway through yesterday when he got the better of Shewan by 4 legs to 3. Watching this one then for us in the commentary box, here's Glenn Durrant and Chris Murphy.
Thank you so much, Henry. Beginning the concerns that it might even be a 3-horse race very soon, especially if Scott Taylor does get the better of Robert Rickwood here, because Adams and Rickwood are beginning to really struggle in this Group C. Surprisingly, in inverted commas, as Scott Taylor's looked very impressive. Even in defeat, he averaged over 101, and you would think he'd be a big favourite in this game, and that would put him on 6 points alongside Kev Dowling and Mike Norton, and it already would be a 4-point gap over Shewan. This is what the MODUS Super Series does. It offers permutations very early, and
First leg is Roberts to throw first.
someone like Robert Rickwood brings out his best game
Game
and
on.
squashes the group altogether. So, which Robert Rickwood are we going to get? And looking at the first start there, not his best.
26.
Yeah, not the start that Robert Rickwood would have been wanting, but unfortunately, the kind of start that we've come to expect over the course of the last couple of
96.
days. In his previous outings, Robert Rickwood has been much more competitive, and I just feel that it's tailed off more and more since Monday.
140.
I do believe that he has had trouble with his shoulder, Robert Rickwood. He's not the only player to have had an ailment as well.
He did say he's 100% now, but has suffered with the tendinitis. But he said absolutely no excuses for the reasons of this week. He's just lacking a little belief and confidence. I did say, would you put yourself in winning positions, Robert?
140.
It's just about executing them doubles.
Well, he's bounced back from that opening 26 with a brace of ton 40s here, Rickwood. But Taylor outdoes him with a ton 80.
Yeah, he's quality, Scott Taylor. I always think it shows a sign of a
12.
champion when
Scott
someone hits you with a
88.
140 and you respond with a 180. Doesn't need to use the bull, so he's gone the treble 16 route.
78.
Well, I like that route as well on that target. Again, for some of the reasons I was explaining before. We were saying earlier that Spotter's not made any
79.
mistakes,
Scott
Glenn, but
10.
he needs to wake up here, doesn't he?
Game shot on the first leg. Scott Taylor.
Scott Taylor's certainly woken up. We do have a little bit of banter with the team in the production. It makes the world go around, doesn't it, Glenn?
Yes, absolutely. I'll play good cop. They're doing a
Second leg,
brilliant
Scott
job
to
next
throw
door to
first.
us there.
Game on.
They pick up on all our mistakes as well, by the way. They just don't have the advantage of having a microphone for all the world to hear it.
59.
Exactly. Just have a look at the demeanour of this guy in your picture there. Like I said, one of the nice guys, but he's going through all the troubles. It's a beautiful game to play
45.
darts when you're winning, and the highs are fantastic, but the lows can be real sickening. And right now, it's just been the week from hell from Robert Rickwood. I wasn't sure this morning. It was hope rather than expectation he was going to come in
134.
and really go ballistic on the dartboard, which he's very capable of doing. He probably just wants to get back to Burnley and maybe start
56.
all over again, put his darts down for a couple of days and go again. Whereas this guy's, I genuinely believe he thinks he can win it this week, and I mean win Saturday night.
59.
Yeah, absolutely. Gary Stone, of course, already through the winner of Group early this week, and what a winner as well. He went on a really long winning streak, won all of his games on the
85.
first 2 days. X Factor Andy Bolton, many will feel is a contender. I feel Harry Ward has been getting better day after day, game
59.
after game as well.
Yeah, I think in the previous MODUS Super Series I've been involved in, you can maybe identify 1 or 2 who could potentially win it, but that group here will live in the memory for me. And
119.
Gary Stone's performances is everything I've wanted to see from Gary Stone for the past 5 or 6 years, because he's incredible, and he demonstrated that this week. And he also, not just his
95.
darting, just the mental side of things as well. Whereas for me, I think he could have improved over the years, and it was just nice to see him play like that, and hopefully he kicks on from here.
Well, from what we've
60.
seen so far, I would go as far to
95.
say that there are 5 players that I would not be surprised to see win the title. And that's without seeing 3 players. Look at this. Oh, brilliant.
Game shot on the second
Absolutely
leg.
brilliant.
Scott
3
Taylor.
great darts from Scott Taylor. Robert Rickwood has a slight smile on his face, thinking it's happening to me again, and it's not happening for me again. But that brilliant 95, 2
Good leg, Robert,
double
to field
19s,
first. Game on.
executed expertly.
And one of them 5s will be the X Factor, and it's the X Factor that Scott Taylor's just demonstrated there.
180.
Yeah, I think, yeah. So Andy Bolton, Harry Ward, Scott Taylor,
42.
Mike Norton, based on how he's played today, and, of course, Gary Stone. So that's 5 players that we've seen, and we haven't seen Alan Tabben, Ryan Palmer or Scott Walters yet.
Yeah, I'm going
85.
to add Scott Walters before I've thrown a dart, because he does have that X Factor. Them 180s, like, was it 18, 19, something like that in one session? It was
133.
absolutely insane. Every time I looked up, he was hitting 2 treble 20s, and he was brilliant. He was just let down at the end because of the challenge of playing someone
100.
who was very slow, and he didn't handle that well enough.
Well, if it is Walters, Bolton and Ward that get through that group, and then Taylor and Norton that get through this one, then we'd have
99.
those 6
Drop your car, 136.
at finals night. It would be remarkable Saturday, wouldn't it?
Amazing.
Can Rickwood pull out a plum?
120.
If you're wondering why he's laughing away there, because his doubles percentages this week is just
43.
pretty
Drop your
horrendous.
car, 16.
Right, everybody wants this to go in.
Game shot on the third
Not
leg.
least Robert Rickwood. But there you say, you mentioned he's got a high ceiling, he's got a bit of class about him, a good A game. That's a 13 dart leg there from Robert Rickwood, and it could have been a dozen.
On the Monday, he went
Well, they
180,
shot for
180
third
twice.
first.
We were
Game
talking
on.
of 9 darters for him, but you know, the times I've heard 26 and 28 from him is just a little bit too high for his liking.
28.
He knows, he's experienced. He doesn't need me to tell him how his week's gone. He knows his own game. He's back in the treble 20 better game when I've virtually given Scott Taylor this match.
125.
And after that 28 opener from Scott Taylor, as he took his feet off the gas.
55.
Coming up after this, it'll be Martin Adams against
82.
Lee Shewan, and if Shewan wins that, then he's going to get himself firmly into that race, isn't he?
Well, what's interesting, on Monday, Lee Shewan opened up with 2 wins and then went downhill.
77.
Is he going to open up with 2 losses today and then finish off with 3 wins? Because that's the kind of the psyche you might leave going, maybe that's just the look that I needed, because he has not been himself in
58.
them first 2 games. And somehow there was just a moment in that game when Rickwood missed dart at a double that he then kicked in. So penny for your thoughts for Lee Shewan right now.
95.
Well, ideally, to have any chance of getting through as well, the likes of Adams, Rickwood, maybe even Shewan, they're probably hoping for one of Taylor, Norton or Dowling to go away, to just
100.
keep beating everybody, and then everybody else battles it out for second place. And then maybe he can sneak through with 4 defeats.
100.
I think if there was
Got me a
one
car,
person I thought could have
136.
done that, it would have been the guy in your picture, Scott Taylor. But right now, that defeat early doors.
76. Got your car, 146.
Good last darter. Do leave a 2 darter. Couple of options for this 146. Another one of them. And that would have left double 16.
77. Roll your car, 60.
So, 20. But double 20.
25.
You can
Scott
see there the
Leclerc,
flight left a
69.
lot of the bed covered. Of course, that's not an obstruction. You can go through it, but optically it doesn't help, does it?
And that's why that camera angle is absolutely fantastic as Scott Taylor looks for 24.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Scott Taylor.
Oh, just look at Robert Rickwood. 2 darts for the game. My opponent has a 2-darter, which is usually a 50-50 chance of getting. Of course, he's going to get it because Robert Rickwood is having a week from hell.
Yeah, it was that meeting, wasn't it, for him against his good mate Lee Shewan when it was going to be pivotal for one of them. And you mentioned maybe Shewan does go on, losing the first 2 matches. And if anybody
45.
should be good with dealing with defeat, it should be the cobbler.
57. $140.
Better darts from Rickwood. I'm just worried about the concentration levels. I was concentrating. Until I've just seen that little grimace on his face there of Scott Taylor. I just think he put the afterburners on after that first start because part of me's thinking he's already thinking he's won this game after seeing the troubles from Rickwood this way. But that was nice to see that little. There we go. That's what I like to see. And the twice he's growled.
95.
The twice he's pinged that treble 20.
So looking for 4-1, and most of the matches, to be honest, have been pretty one-sided, haven't they, so far today? Haven't seen a single game go down to a last leg decider.
85.
And we've only seen a
Robert
handful of games even go to 4-2.
Tempting fate now.
83.
We're back tonight.
Got the car 124.
We'll be joined by Henry Deacon in the comms box tonight. Scott Taylor looks at 1-2-4. Still can be done with treble 18.
88.
I like that setup there
Got
because he
your car
covered the treble
72.
18 bed, and that still leaves double 18. As Rickwood gets 1 dart, this time it's a double 10. Sums
52.
up his
Got the
week.
car 36.
Well, even hitting tops there inadvertently probably left him feeling a little bit of
Game
discomfort.
shot on the match.
And he'll be
Scott
feeling
Taylor.
certainly disappointment because Scott Taylor has stumped him 4-1. The Rock trying to show what the problems are for him, but Taylor is only interested in taking the points and taking his tally to 6. He has been defeated once today, but he is level with Norton and Dowling, who are going to play each other in a couple of games' time. The checkouts, the difference there. Both players had the exact same amount of darts at double, but Taylor hit 4 and Rickwood could only hit 1.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Scott Taylor has sealed a 4-1 victory against Robert Rickwood. So Taylor with the win there. Rickwood still yet to get off the mark in his Group C campaign. Well, next up for us, it's the battle between Martin Adams and Lee Shewan. And when you have a look at their day so far, for Martin Adams, defeat to Scott Taylor, Mike Norton and Kevin Dowling. Wise for Lee Shewan, he got off the mark last time out against Robert Rickwood following opening defeats to Scott and Kevin. And to watch this one in the commentary box, here's Glenn Durrant and Chris Murphy.
Thank you so much, Henry. I'm not trying to work out what's a bigger game for. Is it a case where Adams can't now lose another game? Or for Lee Shewan, a loss here? He still has an outside chance of doing what he needs to do. It would be an interesting philosophy for Lee Shewan if he loses his first game and then wins the next three, because that's a polar opposite to what he did on Monday. But for this guy here, I'm not really sure where he's at mentality-wise. It's just not been a Martin Adams vintage week by any stretch of the imagination. So they've played each other now. This will be the fourth time. And I wonder if that's sort of taken into consideration with a pair. And I just think for Shewan right now, get in the mix, make this your best game of the day. Played 4-1-2, you're right in it.
Yeah, 100%. And he will be in the mix. And look, they could have got their heads down. I think we've seen a little bit of that from Robert Rickwood, although he'll still have a smile with a
First leg is
head.
Martin to throw first.
Wolfie,
Game on.
as you predicted, or as you explained, difficult to read. But Lee Shewan has certainly had the glass half full, hasn't he? And that win against Rickwood may just be the springboard. To be honest,
95.
with what happened in the first couple of matches, he's then got the next best couple of opponents at the right time to play the other two players that had no points in back-to-back games. Suddenly he could be on 4. But he's going to have a day this week where he wins more matches. Look, he won 2 days, he won 4 matches. Sorry, 2 days he won
81.
4 matches overall, so 2 each day, and then another day he won 3 matches. He's probably going to have that day tomorrow now where he wins 4 or 5 to get through.
I think he'll be feeling good if he can
100.
somehow scrape a 3-2 return today. I think he'll probably be feeling better than most. But right now it's been about the players like Kevin Dowling and Mike. Mike Norton's been super impressive.
Yeah, Norton got that comprehensive victory over Martin Adams, a 4-0 win. And he also then beat Scott Taylor 4-2, the first man to topple Taylor. And that's after a 4-1 win against Robert Rickwood early this morning. He's probably averaging, he was 86 in that match, or maybe just
100.
a shade under 90 for the day, but certainly around that 90 mark.
Sure, and when you want to see him at his best, he's come
59.
out fairly
Martin
quiet
Dubois,
again in this
85.
leg, and that will frustrate him, because Adams has finally come to the party. And I promise you he'll go 20 bull. 55. If there's a bull
45.
to offer, despite what your opponent's on 219, he would go for it.
Yeah, some players are like that, aren't they? They'll go for all the shots. The modern players, and Michael van Gerwen often will. Johnny Clayton definitely will.
180. Martin McCann, 40.
Adams has always been that way. A bit of a moment from Lee Shewan there, not just to hit the maximum himself and leave a finish, but maybe just to fluster Martin Adams a little
35.
bit. You can't say he was with the darts that he threw. They were good. They just missed.
I think you're spot on there. You just want to make Martin think. That's very close to the treble 19 for my liking, but big dart at 55.
34.
He did the hard work
Martin
with a
McCann,
180. He
5.
put the pressure on Adams, but didn't fulfill what he needed to do. And Adams still playing about with these
He's on the
doubles.
first leg. Martin
And
Adams.
he wasn't sure that was in, but it was, Martin. And you're leading in this match 1-0.
Second leg leader through first. Game on.
It's time for Lee to stand up and be counted, and that has to start right now. This is a must-win game for many
55.
reasons. Not just to get him back in it, just for him, just so that belief is coming back at the right time. Otherwise, the fear for me is that top three are going to be running away with this Group C.
125.
Well, it's the first time that Martin Adams has led today since the first leg of his first match. Took the opening leg against Scott Taylor.
140.
Can he build on it? He could get his second leg in that match as well, but ultimately lost it and hasn't won more than a leg in a match since.
134.
Dare I say Martin Adams is a Group B player playing on a night. I just don't see him doing his
81.
best on these Group A's and Group C's. I'm trying to come up with a reason why. Is it just a bad week at the office?
59.
Yeah, I did enjoy your Durant pun earlier in the week when talking about commentating on Martin Adams. Of course, he walks on to
46.
hungry like the wolf, but he seems to have come undone here. This is not an ordinary world for Martin Adams, is it?
Boom. Can't believe you got Duran's album up with all their list of songs. You cheat.
133.
Well, it all depends on what happens tomorrow.
That's a B-side song.
9. Martin, your car 50.
You'll learn, Glenn. This is Planet Murph.
I'm watching as Adams looks at double 16.
18. Lee, your car 170.
Oh, come on, Lee. 170. Let's have that spark. Let's have that moment. Another one of them.
96. Martin, your car 32.
So for a 2-0 lead, now this would be a first today for Martin Adams.
16. Lee, your
Wow,
car
and then
74.
any other day, you would think that that was certain.
Tell you what is certain. Well, I was going to say that
54.
double toss because that would have
Martin,
just
your car
summed up
16.
Adams' week. He's dominated this leg. Misstart after misstart, the
Being
double.
shot on the
And then
second
creeps
leg.
into that
Martin
double 8
Adams.
there. And I think the people who'll be enjoying this score so far is the three guys at the top. There's more and more. It's looking like 2 from 3 right now.
Third leg,
So
Martin, you clear
early
first. Game on.
day 1. And the next match, fascinating. Mike Norton, Kev Dowling. One of them players will go on 8 points. Don't miss that one.
Yeah, so a 2-leg lead for Martin Adams for the first time
100.
today in a match that he probably has to win to have any chance of making it through this group come the end of tomorrow. But for Lee Shewan, how would he be feeling if
60.
he does go on to lose this game? Because it might be starting to occur to him that all the good work he did in beating Robert Rickwood is quickly coming undone here.
Sick as a chip. And I don't think he'll hide that fact either, because when I left him on
95.
Monday, shoulders were down. 2 out of 2. Losing the next 3. He doesn't hide his disappointment. And you can see with the shake of the head exactly how he's feeling. He will be sick as a
51.
chip. He got away with it against Rickwood. Rickwood had a couple of darts there. Then he did sort of turn it around and you're thinking, is that the moment? But just hasn't been his week. I thought he
41.
was good value this week, Lee. Just like many of the players, it's just not to be. It's the 3 at the top who are absolutely flying right now.
97.
Well, Adams really should be starting on the 19s here. It's one of the rare occasions that he does do that, 265.
95.
Yeah, I love the shirt.
We'd love this shot if he pulls it off.
Highest ever finish in the
40.
MODUS Super Series. One of the most
Martin,
prolific
your car
players to play in this.
170.
Can't fancy him though, can we, the way he's been playing?
Wouldn't it be strange?
Surely not. Well, it doesn't matter. We
85.
know he would have gone for it, Glenn, and that's why that stat's even more bizarre, isn't it? Because he always goes for those kind of shots, even when he is dominating legs. But he's still in a good position. How good will it look in a moment?
100.
Not so good now, Martin.
Martin, your car 85.
But it's still in his hands. 85 required. Oh, no. Now needs to find treble 17. Gets it. Now needs to find double 16. Gets it. What a response. The real Martin Adams has stood up.
Fourth leg leader through first. Game on.
No emotion whatsoever from Adams.
180.
And he was a couple of legs away from a couple of whitewashers. This time he has the opportunity of a whitewash of his own, but that 180 start from Shewan makes him a big, big favourite for this leg.
Yeah, and it's actually back-to-back 180s from Lee Shewan because he ended the last leg with a maximum as well. What's the most you've seen anyone hit in a row, Glenn?
Darryl Fitton,
135.
British Open practice. He gets 6 on the spin. Didn't go for the 9 darter because everyone was just keep going, and he gets 6. Around about 2001. I played Sean Great Batch in the first
100.
round. I took an army of people with it, honestly, and Sean Great Batch that was really disgusted at the noise they were making, really. And
60.
God, they carried me through in the BDO, them lads, especially at Bridlington. But yeah, Darryl Fitton that day, and it was just like, I loved darts then. Honestly, I did. And I just stood and watched him, and yeah, 6 on the spin.
In a match, I think I've seen a couple of players hit 4, which is the most you're going to get, isn't it? Mervyn King springs to mind in Las Vegas. Lee Shewan looking for the ball if he fancies it.
101.
Well, he looks set to avoid the whitewash here, Shewan. But this has been much improved by Martin Adams. Maybe not in terms of the standard, but just in terms of
140.
the kind of mentality, the bottle he's shown in this, particularly that previous finish.
Getting shot on the fourth leg. Lee Shewan.
Talking about Duran Duran, I asked Paul Hinks his favourite song. He said he likes to watch girls on film.
Fifth leg Martin to throw first. Game on.
It's been a long week.
My favourite's the reflex. Or the reflux. F-reflex.
81.
Well, let's get back to the dart, shall we? Lee Shewan looking for a trio of treble 20s.
60.
I preferred the snooker puns with Henry. I'm struggling with Duran Duran now.
60.
Yeah, he's just telling you there, he's just not dipping it over. He's just not reaching. I think the best dart for Martin Adams just to reach over that treble 20, and it sort of dips right at the last second. You might get a good angle of the way the dart, the trajectory of the dart going through from that side view.
58.
Is there a way for Lee Shewan to turn this around?
100.
I think if it's said to Adams, it's just one leg at a time. The mental side for Lee Shewan, I'm yet to be convinced.
100.
Chance from 207. His opponent on 202.
57.
Well, let's have some magic here, Lee Shewan. For the pair, let's go wild,
85.
boys.
Leo Carr 150.
You win.
Well, that does not work out that way for Shewan.
86. Martin
So Martin Adams now the match-winning opportunity. 117 for Wolfie.
Yes, he's notorious for this finish. It's tops for Wolfie.
97. Leo Carr 64.
64 then for Shewan. And he's going to get 2 darts. That's
Game
the
shot on
way.
the fifth leg.
And the
Lee
game
Shewan.
goes on. feel like we've gone that crazy on these
Six-leg
Duran
leader
puns,
through
Glenn, that
first.
people are
Game
now going to
on.
be looking at the game goes on. That's not a Duran. So no, I'm just talking normally now.
No, I like them darts from Shewan when he's
60.
just... Now, that's what the frustration, because he knew he threw 3 good darts there. And when you're only here 60, it does hurt. But there's the slider again into the 5 and the shake of the head.
85.
Oh, brilliant.
180.
Absolutely brilliant. Well, you like those darts as well, I'm sure, from Shewan.
He'll be saving a prayer for Wolfie if he gets through this game.
25.
Does seem to be sensing a bit of blood here. Martin Adams was 3-0 up. Now Lee Shewan's got a view to a kill.
85.
We'll stay there. Not often you see that.
59.
All of a sudden, Lee Shewan is right in the mix.
And you said, earlier, how would Shewan be feeling? How will Martin Adams be feeling right now?
55.
Honestly, I don't think he can really understand. I get the feeling that Martin came here this week. He's so difficult to read. He's so difficult to get close to. So difficult to find out the real Wolfie. But he has a
60.
different mentality to a lot of the players.
121.
And he could just brush it off, Chris. He could be that type of person. Wasn't my week, Glenn. We move on. Darts is just, I don't know, but part of me thinks inside of me, what the heck happened this
33.
week? I know he suffered a little bit with the cold early on the week. It was a bit nippy in here on the Monday, and he struggled. And I say the players' area is so warm when you then go into that venue.
43.
They seem to be catching up with him a little bit, but he's not one for excuses.
Well, we could be about to face our first last leg shootout because Shewan wants double 14.
74.
And Martin Adams right now wants too many to get in this next visit.
I wish I could give some expert analysis on why you slipped into the 5.
55.
Because
Leo Carr,
the throw
14.
looks as good as ever.
No score.
Well, that was his only hope, wasn't it? The fact that Lee Shewan's left a really dodgy double here.
Is there an argument there for 6 double 4? But it's next to double 16, I always say, which is a favoured double for many, many players. But with double 7, you're first and foremost thinking if I split
98.
it,
Leo Carr, 14.
I'm in deep problems, and sometimes you've got to be a little bit afraid to go for it.
Game
He
shot on
certainly
the
wasn't
6th
afraid
flag.
there.
Lee Shewan.
So first 3-3 of the game, of the day. And how important will it be the fact that Martin Adams is thrown first?
Adams shaking his head. He can't believe he's found himself in this
7 and final
position.
leg
Having not won a
Martin
match
to
all
do
day, he was
first. Game on.
3-0 up in this one. He's let that lead slip.
I'm just thinking, I wonder if the 3 lads at the top of the table there are all Wolfie fans for this leg, or do you want to put him out of bed
60.
and take him fully out the equation?
And he's huffed and puffed through this match, Martin Adams, through this day, through this week. But everybody knows the quality he possesses, and if
84.
he's still in with a chance on Friday, then they'll all fear him.
I want him there. It's just, he's the champagne player. He's the player where many of the crowd will come and see. He's, like I say, he's
42.
a real legend of the sport. And I think Saturday night be all better for Martin Adams being here. But MODUS Super Series offers chances for so many players for whatever reasons. People who think their
100.
career's over, or for young players on that journey to be a professional player. There's still many stories to be told this week.
I think as well, Martin Adams, it should be said from all of us here at the MODUS Super Series that he's been such a great
140.
ambassador for this concept. He's been there from the beginning when he was playing in his own house. A big, big name.
58.
One of the biggest names, and he's kind of pitched his tent here, hasn't he? He's decided this is where he's going to play.
Yeah, he's one of the guys who drove the MODUS Super Series forward. When you've got a name like the association of
80.
Martin Adams, And some of them players who have graced that stage. Wonder if Phil Taylor ever fancies it.
He did say, didn't he? He
43.
sat in your seat, Glenn, the first night, and I asked him outright, would you play it at some point? He said yes, but has not yet been knocking on the door on a Monday morning.
Dare I say he's a Group B participant a couple of nights. And then the final, I think a Group A would be just a bit of a grueler for him.
I do wonder if he's got the hunger
41.
to go and win a seniors event. I do wonder if he might think, maybe a Group B a week before the seniors.
I think so, because I thought he was getting better in the seniors as he was playing himself into form. He was doing a Harry Ward. He just felt he was getting better and better.
60.
If you're watching, Phil, it would be great to have you here. You will be able to see Phil Taylor in the World Seniors, and hopefully here again was a great part of our launch night. We had him and Fallon Sherritt, who has played on the stage, of course. But this is a chance now for Adams to finally wrap this up.
It's been a tight affair. It's coming to the final dart, and it's tops for Adams.
38.
Just
The
above
Yukon
for the first
38.
time this week. It's usually dipped low, and Lee Shewan from 3-0 down. Dead and buried.
Well, you can still finish it off. 8.
22. Martin Yukon.
Well, he'd done all the hard work in tunneling himself out of the hole, and now he's found himself in the sewage, hasn't he? It'll all seem pretty pointless if Adams puts this in. 10. Oh, wrong bed. Sums it up in one dart.
Sums his whole week up in one dart. And Lee Shewan, just a little bit of composure required. Big exhale of breath is what's required right now.
Shot in the match.
And what
Lee
a
Shewan.
final dart. He has got away with absolute murder there. Is that a pivotal moment for Lee Shewan, because he was out on the ropes against Martin Adams there. Martin shrugs his shoulders. What do I need to do? Lee Shewan, how have I got away with that? 1-1-1, 1-1-5. And I can't understand either, Martin, because your throw looks as good as ever to me. And there's the tail of the tape. Nothing really to write home about. It was just a real slugfest between two guys who played each other 4 times this week. But what a game we've got coming up next. The super impressive Mike Norton against the unbeaten Kev Dowling at the top of the table clash. Who is going to remain unbeaten? Join us after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where another battle between Martin Adams and Lee Shewan has gone the distance, and it is the Cobbler who has won out a 4-3 victor against Wolfie. Well, next up for us now, it is a top-of-the-table battle.
Night on Saturday. This pair might well be Mike Norton and Kevin Dowling, the two players that remain unbeaten in this group. Both of them 3 from 3.
First leg is Mike to throw first.
But you would have to say, Glenn,
Game on.
that it's Norton who has been the superior slinger of the pair so far.
Yeah, that was going to be my answer to the question there. He's been absolutely brilliant, to be fair. And of the 6 players today, he was the one I knew least about. He was very generous in information that I wrote to him earlier in the week about, in fact, all the players have been very, very generous, including the man in your picture there, Kev Dowling.
60.
It's been great to watch, see him. Been absolutely fantastic. But 3 out of 3 is great. He's got the opportunity now to really cement his place in Saturday night. So the job isn't done yet, and that's always the fear. This is where the mentality of the game comes into it. If anything now, continue with that pressure. Kev Dowling, he hasn't been anywhere near his best. Yeah, he's on 3 out of 3.
100.
Is this the moment he then kicks in? So it's all fascinating. Every single game that comes up either. And that's hence the reason for the the conversations, the opinions of who's going to do what. But right now, it's all to play for.
Do we know where the nickname comes from? The Bounty Hunter?
No. Well, no.
It's one that's worth finding out. There must be some great stories
40.
behind, the great nicknames. The Bounty Hunter, Iron Mike, Dozer.
When you talk about Duran, well,
60.
my second passion is boxing. And there was obviously a Roberto Duran. So my first nickname on my first shirt was the Hands of Tungsten.
Oh, nice.
Didn't last long.
When I had made a joke at your expense and you said your second passion was boxing, I was bolting for the door for a
140.
moment then.
Oh, no, I've never won a fight in my life.
141.
You're safe.
Well, I and Mike win another fight today. He's won all 3 so far.
30.
That's his
Kevin
first real slip-up.
161.
And that set up play, so Kev Down has a real chance here, which would be a breaker throw. And also, it's a beautiful feeling, the 161. And he's got a chance at it. Yes, that's in, Kev. That's what happens when you get over 50. But it's bull for Dowling.
136.
Well, the Bounty
Mike
Hunter
Ricard,
could not locate the
111.
tungsten treasure. And now Mike Norton looking for an act of piracy on the dartboard, but he's not going to take out all the ones.
After his miscount earlier, he's taking his time this time.
79. Kevin Ricard, 25.
I thought he was going to go for a double then, actually. I thought he'd worked a route out that didn't exist, but maybe a little sign of a
9.
chink in the
Mike
armour
Ricard,
of
32.
Mike Norton. There haven't been many of those.
And maybe the luck's going with him as well, because he expected Dowling to hit them darts at 88. Oh, this is a big dart in this contest already.
16. Kevin Ricard, 16.
And now we're seeing 2 players unbeaten, realising what the opportunity is here with a victory. And the experience of Dowling
Game shot on the first leg.
may come
Kevin
to the fore,
Dowling.
because not only is that the opening leg, that is a breaker throw which was required if he was going to go on and beat Mike Norton. Advantage Dowling.
Yeah, dark horse
Second leg,
Dowling.
Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Not many tipped for great things in this group. To be fair, not many tipped Mike Norton either, but Dowling is doing the business. Continues to do so. I do recall
100.
at the start of the day we talked about the fact he got through Group C last time he was here. He's picked up the knack.
I think that's really important as well when you've
139.
when you've experienced something, and going back and doing it the second time. I used to anything sort of similar to that is every time I went to the venue with Chelsea, I always felt it was just like, who am I going to play in
60.
the final, because I'd been there before. The venue felt good. I'm just wondering if people come and they've got through a certain group, certain days, they can plan what to do in Portsmouth before and after the games.
125.
I think all that sort of comes into the equation. It's not just a case of just throwing darts. It's been throwing them darts at your best at the right time.
60.
So Dowling draws first blood in this one, but Mike Norton has hit back quite well here. A brace of 2 treble turns.
67.
That was quick thinking, wasn't it?
Yes, he beat me to it. That's a beautiful dart, begging for more. He'd be disappointed with a ton.
100. Mike your car 170.
He's done everything so far as Norton.
We were just waiting to see if he'd go for it there, weren't we? We hadn't seen enough of Mike Norton to know whether or not he would go for that kind of shot with his opponent not on a finish.
And they always like the bullseye on that last
Mike
start,
O'Connor,
that 181
41.
there, because 81's a tricky finish compared to the option of the 76, but it could mean nothing as Norton looks at tops for a 15-darter double 10.
31. Kevin your car 81.
Just a couple of missed niggling doubles, and Kev Dowling, who just seems to be cleaning up people's messes right now. Probably going to have a darter ball. That's exactly where he wants. He was close last time. I think that's in
56.
exactly
Mike
the
your
same
car
spot.
10.
So this for parity. Double 5. And now needs double 2.
8.
Oh, it nudged a
Kevin
wire.
your car 25.
This is a big moment. Dowling can get away in this match here.
Not with darts like that, Chris.
Looking to put it right.
17.
Another wire
Mike your
nudger.
car 2.
Scrappy end to this leg. But it
Game
goes the
shot on
way
the
of Mike
second
Norton,
leg.
who
Mike
squares up the
Norton.
match at 1 apiece, and it is a immediate break back for Norton, who nods along and thinks, let's just consign that one to the darting dustbin and get on with getting back to the good stuff.
Third leg Mike to throw first. Game on.
Because the pair of them there, as you can see, there's 13 darts at double between them.
140.
I think they'll both be fairly happy with the scoring. 9 tons between them, 3 140s, but just a little bit scruffy at the end of it. And I just think the pair of them thinking 8 points at this stage is
100.
a fantastic foundation for them and something they could have only dreamed of this morning.
$140.
Don't like Mike Norton. Impressed me throughout today. I think this is the best
100.
scoring we're seeing from Dowling, but he'd be disappointed not to be leading 2-0 at this stage. And will he look back on that second leg at the end of the play today?
100.
The pace of the games is definitely reduced since Monday. It's definitely all about match play.
60. Mike your car 121.
I think grinding out results is probably an unfair statement, but that's how it feels as Mike goes for 1-2. He has that luxury of going for the bull first start with Dowling being back on 2-4-1.
53.
It's not a fantastic setup though, albeit a 2-darter.
Options on it.
45. Mike your
A
car
lot of players
68.
go treble 20. Personally, I like treble 16 here. It's conventional. Leaves that 48. That leaves him that
48.
tops, and he's got time on his side.
Yeah, when I talk about watching players as well, I was always treble 20 on 68. Then watch Jamie Hughes go treble 12, double 16. That began to change, but then I realised when if you miss the treble 12, then you're looking at tops as a
100. Mike your car 20.
Well, again, the reason I like treble 16 is because I'm more likely to
Game
miss
shot
the
on
big
the
number
third leg.
completely.
Mike
So
Norton.
might make life a little bit easier, as Norton makes life a little bit easier for himself there by hitting an 8 and then having 60 rather than something north of 60.
Yeah, you're not the only one missing big numbers at the moment.
Ball for Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Checkout rate's been really disappointing in this game, but more than ever, 2 points here would mean 4 wins out of 4 to the winner.
Yeah, then we're into the final 3 flings of the day.
60.
And the first of them will feature 2 players who are yet to experience victory. Martin Adams and Robert Rickwood. in a battle between the two fellow cellar dwellers. Dowling then
100.
takes on Scott Taylor, and Norton ends his day with a meeting with Lee Shewan, a very strong possibility that the winner of this match could go through the card.
Yeah, it's incredible to look at 5th and 6th there. Just
100.
Martin Adams, Robert Rickwood, no points. It's, yeah, Lee Shewan's put himself in the mix now, so a big final match for Lee Shewan coming up.
122.
If he doesn't win that one, it might become clear it's a three-way split, particularly if Taylor manages to topple
40.
Dowling. That could be a big match. All of a sudden, if say Dowling loses this and then Shewan wins against Mike
140.
Norton in the end, it's all pretty bunched up between the four of them, isn't it?
Dowling hasn't been great today. He's and has the opportunity of going 5 out of 5. He won't be delighted with what's happened, but he'll be over the moon with the scoreline so far.
139.
Gives him an opportunity, outside opportunity in this game. Should be looking downstairs now to leave 99.
59. Kevin O'Carr 161.
80's not a gimme, so Dowling knows he's still in this leg of darts. All he can do now is set it up. Now, I like the bull here, but he'll be going for the treble.
95. Mike O'Carr 80.
That leaves 66. A bullseye would have guaranteed the 25 a 2 darter.
Of this penultimate match for the pair, a 3-1 lead for Iron Mike, who
This leg
is
Mike to
making
throw
pretty
first.
serene progress through this group so far. Has been untroubled in any of his matches.
100.
Solid. Whenever I was leading 3-1 in a match like this, Chris, I would just think, just go
100.
ton, 101 finish.
Yeah, whenever I was leading 3-1 in a match like this, the alarm clock went off.
100.
2 out of 2, Mike. The Isle of Man darts next week. Synonymous to motorbikes. Norton doing very, very nicely
55.
here, but that was one of my favourite ever wins, the Isle of Man. I tried and tried. The names on that trophy is absolutely phenomenal. And this guy has been absolutely phenomenal.
We're heeding your advice here, Glenn.
Just keep it simple.
Ton. Would end up with the perfect 15 dart
100.
right, couldn't he?
I love that second dart there from Kev. It's in Norton's hands right now. I think he'll stay there with them points. Like I said, it doesn't look ideal, but he's got the
60.
best of both worlds, and that's unlucky. Very, very unlucky, actually. They're well-thrown darts, and gives Dowling a chance with a couple of trebles required here.
There's some cause for optimism, but not really now. Norton
54.
can just
Mike O'Carr
hoover this up in 6.
141.
No trouble at all. And he almost plays like a man who
59.
you described at the start of this leg. He's not interested in anything spectacular. He just wants to get the leg worn in the most simple fashion possible.
And I think that was the secret of this game for the pair of them. You know, just averages out the window. Let's just have a battle.
100.
And
Mike
let's
O'Carr
do that.
82.
And we like to hear 82 because it gives us the opportunity, that big target there for a 17. And for the match. And what a finish.
Game shot of the
Comprehensive
match.
victory
Mike
there from
Norton.
Mike Norton, who's had so many questions. And he's answered them every single time with aplomb. It's Mike Norton who goes 4 wins out of 4, and he'll be feeling great. What he mustn't do is start thinking about Saturday night too early, because he's still got a job to do. But absolutely fantastic there against the previously unbeaten Kev Dowling, who really important he goes on to win his next game. But job done for Norton. Continues to be unbeaten. Speaking about unbeaten, now all of a sudden it's a battle of the basement with Martin Adams against Robert Rickwood up next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it's another heavy victory for Mike Norton as he gets the better of Kevin Dowling by 4 legs to 1. That rounds off the 4th round of fixtures for the day. So high time we have a quick check of the table in Group C, because as you can see at the top of the table, Mike Norton there on 8.71, all 4 of his fixtures so far. A first defeat for Kevin Dowling. Norton also inflicting a loss upon Scott Taylor. Well, we kick off the final round of fixtures with 2 players who are yet to get off the mark today in Martin Adams and Robert Rickwood, both looking to end with 2 points to their name. And to see exactly who's going to do that, let's rejoin Glenn Durrant and Chris Murphy.
Thank you so much, Henry. Yeah, the classic basement battle. Who would have expected it this morning with that guy in your picture? Not me. Martin Adams against Robert Rickwood, who's been through absolutely every single emotion. But the professionalism continues for him. He's trying his heart out every single game, and it just hasn't sort of helped him get over the winning line. He's put himself in those positions, but it just hasn't to be. And be a strange mentality for them coming back tomorrow, probably knowing that they can't actually qualify no longer. So let's see who qualifies here and wins this basement battle bash.
Yeah, the legendary lobber from Deeping St James rolling in the deep here at the Super Series. And the rock bottom,
Game on.
Robert Rickwood. Neither player have won a point, won a match, and Robert Rickwood is just 2 legs behind Martin Adams, meaning he is a man who occupies position 6 from 6.
83.
And you'd have to say, well, I mean, we're already saying it's massively unlikely that either player can get through. Look, there have been a couple of occasions where players have got through, having lost 4 matches in this group in recent weeks, in fact. However, losing this match, you would say that's 100% it's over. The man who's defeated. And for the winner, he's just clinging on to the smallest
45.
opportunity if he can go perfect tomorrow and sneak through somehow on 12 points.
Yeah, they're the kind of things I guess these 2 guys would want to hear. We've got Lisa Ashton watching,
81.
laughing her head off at the Duran Duran jokes. Can we do the next pop group? No, we can't. She's asked for Lionel Richie.
I'll tell you what, Lisa, we'll do it tomorrow.
She's asking for
Hello,
Lionel Richie.
by the way.
Oh, you nicked mine. It's the only one I know. I was going to be dancing on the ceiling with that one.
125.
Here we go again.
I don't know that one. Truly brilliant. There's Rickwood. There you go. That sums his week up.
25.
There's the frustration that can kick in as a dart player.
Yeah, well, these 2 players are dancing anywhere but the ceiling, aren't they? They're right in the cellar in terms of this
85.
group.
Yes, I've stood behind the great man in my favourite ever game I ever played in at Lakeside, and know exactly how good he is, how straight, how
85.
professional. What a wonderful ambassador he's been to the world of darts. But this week will be one to absolutely forget for him.
Absolutely. Don't forget, by the way, that it is a double session of darts here at the Super Series. You can watch us all night long. The action getting back underway from 10. That's Robert Rickwood. Oh, he was petting something special there.
98.
Yeah, Group B looks a great
66.
group as well. More on that in a moment, but a couple of finishers on offer.
Just sit back and watch. He can't understand it.
50. Robert Yukar,
So,
72.
Robert's turn.
My worry is here, Chris. Nobody wants to win this match.
32. Martin Yukar, 16.
He can't believe that Robert's missed. He can't believe he's missed himself. He probably won't be able to believe that he hits in a moment. Not yet. And still not yet. And he's making it harder for himself, shuffling around.
No score.
And
Robert
still-
Yukar, 40.
Adams fails to land the double. So Rickwood returns, looking at tops.
Game
And
shot
he
on the
pins
first
it like he's
leg.
been
Robert
doing it all day,
Rickwood.
no problem at all. That is not the case.
Easy. Yes, I'll be doing the night shift tonight.
Second leg, Robert to throw first.
Alongside Henry
Game on.
Deacon. And what is a fabulous Group B. And I say it again, absolutely fabulous.
Yeah, I mean, we've been
100.
having a joke about some musical references, but the X Factor will take centre stage. Will he be there on Saturday night? Andy Bolton. Then it's Big H, Harry Ward, the other top performer from Group A, joined by the Saint, Alan Tabban, Ryan the Lion
55.
Palmer, and Scott Walters, who has produced some excellent stuff in previous appearances here.
That's a fabulous group, isn't it? That's, I say the name that stands out for me. I've waxed lyrical an awful lot about Andy
60.
Bolton. But Scott Walters, God, he impressed me so much. I hope he's listening and he can start banging those 180s again tonight, because it was riveting to watch last time. He was just, and I liked his personality, a lot of confidence.
81.
And it was truly magnificent. I don't think I've seen a bad Group B
41.
being involved in the MODUS Super Series. Them night sessions, I think they bring the best out of the players as well. They've got all day to prepare. You might wonder what a lot of them do. I mean, some of them might be at work today, but I always found rest was important. Keep yourself hydrated. As Martin Adams, it is only his second 180 of the day. I think that pretty much tells you how well or how badly Martin Adams has played today.
140.
Out of the way, son. And he can say son to Robert Rickwood.
He's making me laugh today, is Martin. You blame me for not smiling early, but he's making me grin in the comms
45.
box.
Robert, your car 160.
Yeah, two players who feel that they will
55.
be disappointed to
Martin,
be
your car
sort of out of the race
140.
here. Going into the final match of the day, having not won a match effectively out of it, they'll be thinking that this wasn't my destiny.
Yeah, Martin looks as sick as a parrot there, but the camaraderie between them, you just feel like
95. Robert, your
real
car
endless love between them.
105.
105 for Rickwood. Yeah, he does this 16s, doesn't he? Someone explained this to me last night.
39. Martin, your car
But the
45.
explanation was, even if you're at the 8, you've still got to finish, which I can't say I like that philosophy. And double 16 for Adams. Now, normally,
Getting shot on the second leg.
put your
Martin
house on
Adams.
it. And I tell you, that's one of the few times that Martin Adams has done those two-dart combinations like that.
Third leg, Martin to throw first. Game on.
Robert Rickwood just checking his darts, making sure his flights and stems are all correct.
Bit late for that, Robert. Should have done that this morning, pal.
140.
Yeah, first match of this evening
100.
session will be Scott Walters against Andy Bolton. That's certainly one to salivate
Wow.
over.
That's a Brahma.
And of course, when the action
140.
resumes in this group tomorrow, the fixtures will be played in reverse order. So this will be the first match for the pair. Now, if one of the players can win both games, all of a sudden, they could be within
123.
at least 4 points of second place. In fact, it would be 4 points because Kevin Dowling and Scott Taylor are going to play each other, so one of them's going to be on 8.
It's very simple now. One of these two players have to win the next
43.
6 games, including this one
Yeah.
and the 5 tomorrow. That's the only scenario for the pair of them right now. But
And even then, they're hoping that someone else doesn't make it to 14. So unlikely,
30.
but in darts, as in life, stranger things have happened.
definitely, and if Mike Norton runs away with the league, it might bunch that pack up. So they're the kind of scenarios that these two guys are hoping for. And I stress the word
100.
hoping because I think there's very little expectation from the pair of these at the moment.
119. Martin, your car 78.
We'll start on the 18's bed.
66. So 16 for the bullseye. Oh, that for a double it is already hit, but not when he wanted it.
69.
And that's what he wanted that time, the
Robert
single.
Car 129.
Can still do it. By the bull.
94. Martin, you require 9.
That'll just settle him down. Nice, perfect dart in the big
Game
one.
shot
And
on
so
the
often
third
when you
leg,
see it go
Martin
dead
Adams.
centre, the double follows.
A good point. I tried to say to people that first dart is the most important because Scott Taylor, it's 5 or 6 times I've counted
Ball
where he's
flag
missed the
Roberts,
big
you throw
number on
first.
those 2
Game on.
dart combinations.
Great to watch this pair. You know, they see the funny side of it, don't they? They kept the spirits up. There's a bit of
95.
to me, to you, Chuckle Brothers about them.
Yeah, that look Martin Adams give Lee Shewan still my favourite moment so far.
It'd be just like Martin Adams to fire in a perfect leg out of nowhere.
123.
1, 2, 3. The opening salvo for Adams, and that does pile the pressure on Rickwood in this spot because this is on the rocks throw.
81.
It must be a long day for the Rickwood after this, just doing nothing really. I mean, just getting back to your hotel,
41.
probably a bite to eat and watch a bit of telly and just prepare himself for tomorrow. But when you know you can pretty much not qualify, it can't be easy. But like I said, the middle name for these two players is
140.
professionalism, integrity. That's really, really important to these guys. They want to be back to the MODUS Super Series is what I would say to them. And they want to demonstrate their very, very best. As Adam looks for his third max of the day.
140.
Yeah, Rickwood's done well to just keep Adams at arm's length in this leg. Yeah, I think it could be a pivotal leg in the contest. If Adams can break here, he's thrown to the mat. If
95.
Rickwood holds, then it's a potential marathon.
Who do you fancy for the Premier League and UK Open then, Chris?
Well, good questions. I'm not
100.
sure whether or not one
Robert
will influence the other
90.
as well.
Yeah, that was part of the reason.
We'll come to that in
Yeah.
the next leg. Rickwood started on the bullseye there.
50.
Not
Martin
sure
Lucan,
about that, the
97.
way he's been playing to go for that target when he could have guaranteed a dart at it to win the leg.
He's been here before. Slipped into the treble 4 last time. It's a case of deja vu for Adams.
39. Robert Lucan, 40.
There's the marker.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
It's
Robert
one of the very
Rickwood.
few occasions he's pinged his dart with the last one. And like I said, if you're just looking at the demeanour of players, it's just smile after smile. Reminds me of Glenn Moody at Lakeside. Do you ever remember?
The flag Martin to throw
remember him?
first. Game
Yeah,
on.
I do.
He's just smiling, assassin all the way through it. But my God, I don't think Mark Webster doesn't like me talking about Glenn Moody.
Back to your question, and I'm going to make a prediction. I do think one will influence the other, depending on who wins the Premier League.
85.
So I think if one of the Michaels wins the Premier League night in Exeter, Smith or Van Gerwen, that they will then go on and use it as a springboard to win the UK Open as well.
43.
You got a thought
Price for me, I've pretty much said Price for.
for the pair of them, or for
Um,
Minehead particularly?
It's very cold at the Exeter venue. I remember just trying to. I don't know if that comes into
140.
real consideration, but the funny story I had at Exeter is I practiced in gloves. It was that cold. It was awful. And then I had my highest ever TV average against Gerwin Price on there. Went to the UK Open.
65.
And drew Peter Wright in the 4th round.
And that's obviously part of it in that event as well, isn't it? Luck of the draw. But I do think that it's very, very difficult to see Michael Smith not having a big run, whoever he plays at the moment.
60.
Glenn Durran going for the Iceman in the cold conditions.
83.
Trying to think of a decent outsider who's started well this year and Could potentially, but like I said, it's all about that draw early doors, and like any dart play, if you can just get through that fourth round and you start hearing the
100.
fact that you're in the last 32, the last 16s, all of a sudden you're really into the competition. Then I'm trying to think of someone who's playing really well.
The handful of players, of course, that were here last year that are now
180.
playing in the
Matthew
UK
Carr,
Open this weekend, so we
116.
wish them all well.
Yeah, I'll give a name. I mean, he's not an outsider, but I think we've good value for money. As Adams looks at this 116, the tops.
96.
I'm going to go
Robert
with Dirk
Carr,
van Duijvenbode. And it's about
130.
time Ryan Searle did well around Minehead. He's got a lot of fans there.
And he's playing well again all of a sudden, isn't he, Ryan
Yeah.
Searle?
94.
Double
Matthew
10
Carr,
for Adams
20.
to get ahead. Remember, he led 3-0 in his last match against Lee Shewan. How different it could have been if he'd just got over the line in that one. Because
Game
if he
shot on
did
the
that
fifth
and then
leg.
got over the
Martin
line in
Adams.
this one, suddenly he goes into the last day with a proper chance.
If there's one positive stat I'll give Adams this week, he's been very, very good on that double 10. He's
6-leg Robert to
only
throw
hit double
first.
tops
Game on.
twice that I can remember. But double 10 he's been very, very good on.
41. $55.
We're getting more of those reactions from Rickwood as the week
81.
goes on. Every bad dart greeted with disdain, disappointment.
Yeah, it's the best game in the world when you're playing well, Chris, and you just feel the pain for Rickwood. And not so much for Martin. I just
100.
like his style. He just is what he is, Martin, isn't he? I think if you had an interview with Rickwood, he'll really, really tell you how he's feeling.
Martin Adams having a chuckle here. There's something bothering our referee, Paul Hinks. I'm not quite
100.
sure what it is. Something on the hockey. He's got rid of it. But he took his time over it, and Martin Adams found it positively hilarious, whatever was going on.
68.
He told me he did lose a penny yesterday.
Yeah. I doubt it was that, Glenn, to be honest, because last time I saw Paul Hinks drop a penny, he
45.
was that quick to pick it up. It hit him on the head on the way down.
Tit Yorkshire. It's better from Adams.
I can get away with that from one Yorkshireman to another.
123.
Yeah, you could argue people actually say I'm from Yorkshire. How dare they?
Well, can Martin Adams
100.
complete the
Matthew
jigsaw?
Carr, 155.
What a way it would be to finish the day for him. It's not to be.
$38. Robert Carr, 134.
Fireworks, come on, 54 tops, let's do it. That was the intention. And he's going to put him. He's left double one here.
132. Matthew Carr, 117.
I don't think he realises what he wanted. Treble 19 for Adams. 76 left, Martin.
61.
And that bizarre
Robert
leaving a
Carr,
double
2.
one. Will it be his friend or four? There's the marker.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
The
Robert
second time in this
Rickwood.
match. The last dart merchant, Robert Rickwood. I think that's the first time we've said that since Monday morning. He's had absolutely zero luck on the doubles this week, as Mr. Rickwood.
Seventh and final leg. Martin to throw first.
As he left
Game
it a
on.
little too late. Now Adams, who squandered a big lead earlier, is in a game where you felt he's dominated at times. But once again, he faces a 3-3 and a last leg scoreline.
134.
And last time it didn't go his way. It was Shewan who gave Adams a bit of a kick in, really. He was 3-0 up in that one. And Lee
85.
bounced back to win it 4-3. Now Adams finds himself in a decider again. having led, albeit not by as big a margin in this match.
$140.
Following this, Kevin Dowling taking on Scott Taylor in a match that will determine which one of that pair finishes on 8 points today and which one finishes on 2. Mike Norton could finish on 10
93.
if he can beat Shewan in the last match of the day.
Exciting news on Twitter. Matthew Edgar's making a return to darts and his first competition's in Iceland.
Yeah, what's the exciting news?
The second-
81.
The second match is in Aldi.
Well, at least they won't be short of checkouts, Glenn.
96. Martin, your car 146.
But at least it keeps him away from us, I suppose, Glenn, eh?
Yes, and he's used to little scores.
$45.
Typical Adams, all across the hockey when that big fat treble 19 was sat gaping for him. Let's look at the 17, surely.
57.
What a way
Martin,
that
your
would be
car
to
101.
finish the day for Rickwood.
101 to leave Robert Rickwood in room 101. But he can't. So, Rickwood gets
49.
the chance to finish
Robert, your car
the
170.
most disappointing day in the most delightful way.
$100.
You built it up,
Martin, your car
Buttercup, but it's
52.
not the case, but it's Adams on 52. Fat 20 to start. The 2 darts at his favoured double 16.
Game
And it's
shot on the
Martin
match.
Wolfie
Martin
Adams who finally gets 2 points on the board. For the joking Robert Rickwood, it's been an absolute disaster of a day and an absolute nightmare of a week. But he sees the funny side of it. I don't think Martin will be celebrating there, but it just gives him an outside chance of still qualifying through Group C. As you look at the tail of the tape there, a tough contest between 2 good friends out there. I think they enjoyed the battle in the end, but one game that I've been looking forward to is Kevin Dowling versus Scott Taylor. Someone can make a real attempt to get that top spot alongside Mike Norton. Who will it be, Dowling or Taylor?
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Martin Adams has rounded off his day with a 4-3 victory against Robert Rickwood. Well, 2 more games for us to go in this afternoon session here at the Live Lounge Pause. But don't forget to join us again from 10 o'clock this evening when we will get Group B underway. And there is plenty of top quality tungsten tossers in that one, including Harry Ward, Andy Bolton, Scott Walters, Alan Taban and Ryan Palmer involved in that one. As I say, 2 more matches to go on our day this afternoon. Next up is the battle between Kevin Dowling and Scott Taylor. The winner of this one will guarantee a spot in the top 2 overnight. And describing this one, Chris Murphy and Glenn Durrant.
Cheers, Henry. Thanks, everyone, for staying with us, seeing how this intriguing group pans out, because many would have thought that Martin Adams would have been somewhere near the top. Instead, he's somewhere near the bottom, finally getting a win in that previous match, leaving Robert Rickwood completely out of the race. And many thought that Scott Taylor, me included, might be the man who went through the card today. But if he loses this one, it'll be just 3 wins from the 5 matches. If he wins it, however, still looking good. Whoever wins it looking good on 8 points, 4 from 5. But Iron Mike Norton is the man to beat. He will take on Lee Shewan in the last match of the day. And again, it's intriguing, because if Shewan wins that, then 2 points will separate the top 4 players. But if Norton wins that, he'll put 6 between himself and Shewan.
Game on.
I know Scotty Taylor didn't go through the card today, but I've been really impressed with him. I still think he's the one that's got just that little bit of class. I think Mike Norton's really close to his A game, which is fantastic. I still think there's a gear or 2 in Scott Taylor, but I think if he's disappointed, and the first thing he does there is maybe just the pace of Kev getting his darts out there, but I always say to him, that's just a different challenge. Wait till he takes his darts up before you go there, but Scott is a very, very quick player who wants to get to the hockey, and this guy will not be rushed.
The penultimate match of the day. Dowling at it again. Mentioned he made it through this group last time he was here, as did Scott Taylor.
95.
Both players have been there, done it, got the T-shirt.
Yeah, I might need correcting here, but I'm sure when we've been talking about Kev getting his cap for England,
65.
which has been his favourite moment, I'm sure Scott Taylor also represented England that week, so maybe they'll know each other from... You do find a real bond when you represent your national team.
I've grown up, obviously, Glenn, watching PDC darts predominantly
44.
and always knowing darts as an individual sport, really. But did you enjoy playing as part of a team?
Oh, honestly, Chris, it was absolutely unbelievable. I spent time in Canada.
96.
I couldn't believe I was in the team of Bunting, Waits and Tony O'Shea. I couldn't believe I'd been picked. I was literally playing in a pub. I was literally a Super League player who was doing very, very well in the county scene. And then I got a call after a county match
98.
to say you've been picked for the World Cup in England, which was incredible because it was just 4 players. And yeah, and then you find out that, you know, Stephen Bunting was then already looking at ways he
59.
wanted to be in the PDC. And
Revenue car 164.
maybe he was beginning to change my psyche of, you know, it's nice the BDO representing your country, but there's no monetary value. They're not going to pay your bills.
100.
Whereas someone like Adams, you know, at the times he represented England, and I just think, you know, once you've done it once, is that the main thing? And then you
69.
move on. But
Yeah,
fabulous. Loved it, Chris.
Well, maybe old teammates, but enemies on the hockey here.
Game shot on the first leg.
And Kevin Dowling just keeps having the knack of being a bit of a dark horse in this group, under the radar darts.
He does. I'm just a little bit disappointed in Scott Taylor. He's rushing to the hockey all the time.
Like Scott to
he
throw
knows he's
first.
playing a
Game
more
on.
deliberate player.
And when you're doing that, it almost shows that you're thinking about it. You're almost making a point about
41.
what they're doing, and it's putting you off your own game.
And now he's taking his darts out slowly. Kev's getting to him. It's wrong. It's just, for me, you're the better player, Scott. Just
Yeah, and Dowling's not
60.
doing anything about it. Kevin Dowling is probably the last person on the earth to employ any dark arts. He's not doing anything different to what he normally does. But for some reason, Taylor's letting that
58.
get to him.
I know what I'd do. I'd take my darts out one at a time. If I seen playing Scott, who I know is a great player, being affected by my pace.
Well, you'd have to, wouldn't you, Glenn? The distance, they'd be apart from each other.
Nasty man, nasty.
Yeah,
man.
that was cruel.
140.
Correct, but nasty man, nasty man.
Well, it depends at what stage of your career.
40.
I'm disappointed in Scott here. He's doing everything wrong, Chris. Everything. He's rushing to the hockey and then taking his darts out slowly because he feels Kev's taking his out, but Kev's doing what he's done
54.
for the past 20 years. No, that's not slow.
And it could cost him come tomorrow, couldn't it? Think about it. He plays Kevin Dowling in his first match tomorrow. If he loses both of those games, because he's got
60.
himself in a sweat about pace, Taylor will find himself 4 points off the pace of Dowling and probably 4 points or maybe more off the pace of Mike Norton after the first set of games tomorrow.
96.
That is a massive gap to bridge with just 4 games left to play at that point.
Especially when you're the most talented player in the group.
57. Kevin Newcar, 151.
Interesting subplot. Let's keep an eye on that and see if Scott can settle down.
Did Scott peak very early in the day?
91.
Kevin is definitely playing his best, and that's for me is smacking me to say that the experience of being at the MODUS Super Series
81.
before his
Kevin Newcar, 60.
experience, that he's just peaking as they're going, and we've seen that this week, even with Andy Bolton. He's coming out the traps fantastically well, and fatigue setting in by game 5.
40. Scott Newcar, 164.
Well, this could change things for Scott Taylor, and this time he takes his time over it a little bit, but it's a wayward first dart, and Dowling has a big chance
86.
to break and double his
Kevin
lead.
Newcar, 20.
Big 3 darts in this match.
Game shot on the second leg. Kevin Dowling.
This is a big move from Kev. And Scott Taylor, if you're watching back, now's the time that you really need to be the
Third leg, Kevin
ultimate
to throw
professional.
first. Game on. $60. 96.
Better from Scott. He's got to start right. This is more. I'll find out more about Scott right now because I've seen him at his fluent best early today, and he was absolutely scintillating at
43.
times. Exactly what I thought he would do today. The favourite for the group, but he looks fine in himself. He looks determined.
52.
That throw's just a little bit jabby just at the end. I'd love to see a more smooth release. We can just get a little close up on that. Whereas Kev, this is every single dart's the same.
46.
And he's not doing anything spectacular here, Kev. He could win 4 out of 5 games today and think, how on earth have I done that?
97.
Taylor taking it to him in leg 3.
Taylor needs to turn on the power.
$100.
Well, a ton from Dowling just gets him a little bit in front, but Taylor has these darts in hand.
58.
Just offers the initiative back to Kevin Dowling.
It's funny sat back because you don't see it in the game, but there was just a moment there. Scott Taylor 2-0 down, but
100.
he could, he's in a position to break the throw here, and they're the kind of positive. But I don't think he will be seeing the positives right now. He'll be
43.
not pleased the way this is going.
Kevin Newcar,
Hence the response. That's the bit I don't like
152.
there.
This is by far his worst performance to date. Scott Taylor, he hasn't scored a 3-figure visit in the entire match yet. Not one.
29.
We were deep into the
Scott
third
Newcar,
leg.
155.
I like for the first time, and now I like what he's doing.
$100. Kevin
No
Newcar,
surprise that that's his first
123.
3-figure score. That is the best of Scott Taylor there, and that's what he needs to do again. But this would hurt. And 66 left. It's very doable now. For a 3-0 lead, it's the bullseye. He takes his time. He looks at his score just to double check. He doesn't need to lay up. And how many
98.
times has he hit
Scott
that
Newcar,
spot going for bull?
55.
He had no interest in leaving double 9, did he? He didn't attack the treble at all. He guaranteed him a dart at the bull, backed himself to hit it, failed to hit it. But
35.
Taylor fails to take out tops.
WK 25.
And Dowling can pull 3 clear and 1 away here.
Game shot on the third
Superb
leg.
stuff
Kevin
from, I say
Dowling.
superb stuff. It's just steady away stuff from Kevin Dowling. Scott Taylor will be absolutely furious with himself in his performance, and so he should be, because it's just a
Fourth leg,
standard Scott
first.
Taylor
Game on.
performance wins this game. And I just think he's let the early pace of Kevin sort of affect him, and that's been sort of reflected in his performance right now. But he is definitely capable
140.
of still coming back in this match.
Well, it's a good start to leg 4 for Taylor. In fact, it's his best visit of the match. But when he hits a 140
140.
and finally finds the power, Dowling says snap.
60.
And you can see some fury in that final dart there.
But I like that. That's when he's at his best. When he's trying to imitate his opponent or be frustrated about what's going on. But I like what he's doing now. His head's down. It's what he should have done from
41.
leg 1. I'm a huge fan of Scott Taylor. I'm being hypercritical here because I believe in this guy. I'd love to work with him.
59.
Showing some of his talents here, but this is going to be a huge ask now, a huge task now, to try and do what Lee Shewan did to Martin Adams earlier on and win from 3-0 behind. In fact, it's so rare
40.
that we roughly see it on average once a week here at the Super Series. When you think about the amount of matches we have,
98.
it's 104 matches a week, and roughly once does a player come back from 3-0 behind to win 4-3.
60. Scott O'Carr 144. 44.
Does leave a 2-dart combination, but you see the frustration there, which is exactly what Kev wants to see, because at 140 he makes it very interesting. Very interesting.
100. Scott O'Carr 100.
Could see a scrappy tops and go out the board, but he's played it safe.
60.
Over to you, Kevin Dowling,
120.
for a 4-0 surprising whitewash. It's Shanghai.
To the right. Can't get the treble.
60. Scott O'Carr
And Taylor
40.
avoid being bageled. Double 10. Double 10.
30.
Just not happening for Scott in
Kevin
this last
O'Carr,
match.
60.
He's been well off the pace.
Big shock. Big shock for me, this one. Kevin will use every ounce of experience from all the years in the game for this double 10, because he knows what it means.
50. Scott O'Carr 10.
Did he overthink it? Is Scott Taylor getting away with murder?
He's missed 5 darts at double. But
Game
double
shot on the
5
fourth
keeps
leg.
him alive
Scott
in the
Taylor.
match. It's an ironic, sarcastic celebration from Scott Taylor. But he still has a chance, fighting chance, of coming back
Fifth
from the
leg,
dead in
Kevin
this
to
one.
throw first. Game on.
Nice to see them have a smile with each other there. Scott just needs to do what I like him to do now, is just get that focus right back. Because,
100.
and that'll hurt that last dart, but he's a massive scorer. A big player is Scott Taylor.
57.
Advantage Dowling, who sprints to the hockey this time. Is he playing games with Scott? There's the ton start. The boring does a start. Oh, ouch, ouch, ouch,
80.
ouch.
Yeah, that was a fairground dart, wasn't it? It was in, and then the bloke with the hammer behind the board knocked it out and said, "You're not having the teddy, pal."
When you slide into a little 5, panic begins to set in. When you hear 1, 2, 5 as the opponent player, that hurts.
85.
You just feel some of these darts are just as if he's given up on the leg. We know how tough it is to get over the winning line, but that's a wonderful dart. This is a good setup.
100.
Excellent leg of darts from Kevin Dowling.
This is how to close it out. Well, I think he just wants to throw it at Kevin
85.
Dowling, never
Kevin
mind
O'Carr, 76.
the board. Scott Taylor has not turned up for the final match of the day, and Kevin Dowling seems to have played everybody at the right time today. Tops for a 4th win from his 5 matches.
56. $81.
He can
Kevin
make the game
O'Carr,
look
20.
ridiculously easy, but he's made it ridiculously hard this time. And the experienced Kevin Dowling for double 5. He's messing about a bit with his doubles. That will disappoint him because
No score.
opportunity
Scott
knocks
O'Carr,
there for Dowling. He
113.
doesn't take it. And how many times have we seen this from absolutely nowhere? He's threw darts away in this leg, and it's only 1 treble required in the first 2 darts.
Doesn't get it. Dowling opted to go back
57. Kevin O'Carr,
for
20.
double 10. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, now he does have 5 in bits. Double 2.
18.
And he's going round and
Scott
round the
O'Carr,
houses here.
56.
Just when I thought I'd seen it all with this group today. This leg of darts just sums it up. Shakes his head. His wife is here.
He can't watch. Look at him. He cannot watch.
This is where you do want to hear your game shot. But he's had his chances, is what I'd say. Good marker, surely.
36.
Unbelievable.
Kevin O'Carr, 2.
To end a mad match in the madhouse.
Game shot on the
And
match.
it's
Kevin Dowling.
Kevin Dowling who eventually falls over the line. An uncharacteristically below par display from Scott Taylor, taken advantage of by the bounty hunter, who might be hunting the bounty here on Saturday night. A 4-1 win and 4 wins from 5 for Kev Dowling as he ends his day on a high. He finishes on 8 points, Taylor in 3rd place on 6. But the man at the peak of the pile looking for a clean sweep and the perfect 10 points on Thursday is Iron Mike Norton. He's in action next against Lee Shewan.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Kevin Dowling has rounded off his day with a 4-1 success against Scott Taylor. That means overnight he is level on points. As things stand with Mike Norton at the top of the table, he's definitely going to be in a top 2 position come the end of play this afternoon. But it is Mike Norton, the tabletop of the man who's won all 4 of his matches so far, who is in our final game of the session. He takes on Lee Shewan, who has a 2-2 record from the day's matches. So it's our final game of 15 in the afternoon session before we return from 10 p.m. tonight for the beginning of Group B here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. So then for one final time, let's head downstairs to Glenn Durrant and Chris Murphy.
Well, it took Paul Hinks a while to come to the stage there for the final match of the day. It's Lee Shewan against Mike Norton. Having a conversation with our referee Paul Hinks. Norton looking for a 5-star day, the perfect 10 points if he can iron out Shewan. And it has been a remarkable day for Norton, the man from Weston-super-Mare who was cruelly denied, let's not forget, last time he was here, that place at finals night when he was sitting in the practice room waiting for the only possible outcome that could have knock him out. Now he's going to try and make sure that it's not in anybody else's hands but his. Just wondering, Glenn, who's left all that tissue paper on the side of the table there?
First leg is lead is
What's all
through
that about?
first. Game on.
Well, let's get on with the darts anyway. Maybe someone's got a severe bout of hay fever in the middle of March or something.
97.
Do you reckon that there is a win in Lee Shewan here?
I definitely do, just because for the aspects of the group as well. But every time I've
85.
tipped Lee Shewan, he's sort of failed to sort of impress, and I just think there's more in the tank in this whole. It would be a wonderful day for Mike Norton, but yes,
81.
I do, and I think if Lee does get the win here, what an exciting day that we've got tomorrow. It does bunch the group right up, which you want to see as a neutral. And I also want to see Lee Shewan do well.
41.
I think when you sit here from the first start on the Monday morning, you get to know the personalities of these players. And you know, Mike Norton's had a brilliant day, but Lee Shewan will be thinking he hasn't done
60.
anything that I can't do.
And also anything I can't do tomorrow, and that's the big thing, isn't it? We've seen, I mean, Scott Walters is the person that always springs to mind. Once won all 5 games
60.
in Group C on a Thursday and finished 5th in the group come the end of Friday.
Yeah, you get some crazy, but Lee's just flattered to deceive
100.
at times. And like I say, this guy just does his thing. Nothing's been mega spectacular, but yeah, this guy's had his chances. Let's just
60.
say that.
Mike Car 123.
1, 2, 3. Can Mike make it look as easy as? Well, there's the answer. Just takes a 3 off. We'll be hoping 83 to leave tops, which he loves.
38.
And how many times have we seen this
Leo Carr
158 this week?
158.
And another one. Unbelievable. 'Cause that has been the finish
Mike Car 85.
of this week 4. And I thought that was a guarantee.
And it was his last finish in his last match yesterday. The ball.
Game shot on the first leg.
Boom.
Mike Norton.
Mike Norton produces a fabulous finish after Shewan almost took out a spectacular 158, the 85, bullseye bedded, and that is why Mike Norton is
Second
flying
leg,
high.
Mike to through first. Game on.
And it looks extra special with them long points because that was bang in the middle of the bull.
55.
And there's that slider that he has the tendency for. That was a breaker throw for Mike. Just everything seems to be going well for him. And his grey slacks.
I'm getting confused here. Is this some
100.
sort of magic trick going on as well? Because he's managed to turn all that tissue paper into a single towel now. Some sleight of hand trickery going on. Never mind
100.
Shewan and Norton. This is more like Penn and Teller. And certainly dressed for the occasion.
$55.
It'll be a swan next, Glenn.
Waiting for the pigeon.
Well, it has been certainly a
100.
day of darts in which Mike Norton has progressed with all the serenity of a swan. No panic in him. Just seems relaxed. A wander in the park for
44.
a Thursday afternoon.
I think that's really important. Just if you can play the game relaxed, that's half the battle. But the moment you start thinking just relax, that's when you tighten up even more.
138.
That's why the best players in the world were just able to prepare well. It's not like the end of the world if they win or lose a game, but just like that,
180.
there's the 180 from Lee Shewan that he needs to make this group very, very interesting.
And he got away with that as well, because had he not hit the treble, he wouldn't have been on a finish.
Which is a worry that he's not
84.
thinking too much, but on the other point, with
Will
a
you
guy
call
on 108.
122.
A lovely setup once again from Norton. He's just quietly but effectively getting on with his job. It's a impressive day.
55. Might you car 24.
So 2 12s. That looks like a very good guide. It's opened the double up. To the left.
12.
Too low and a chance for
Will
Lee
you car
Shewan
67.
to cancel out that early breaker throw.
Big 2 darts. Tops for Shewan.
47.
Once again, he just
Might you
dips
car
low.
12.
Shewan being such a double top merchant, I'm surprised he doesn't go treble 9 on that visit. But you can still leave tops if you hit 2 singles. But it's the bottom of the board for
Will you
Norton.
car 20.
And can I be as bold to say that Lee Shewan wasn't getting these chances in Group A, and that's the problem with the size of that barrel. You feel really difficult to slide into 10s.
10.
Sorry, Lee,
Might you car 3.
that's just not good enough. They're the chances you have to take.
And for this man, it has been free and easy.
No score.
We
Will you
can't
car 10.
Make 3 look easy.
This match is a little scruffy right now. Just get the 2 points and get yourself back to your
Game
hotel.
shown on the
That's exactly
second
what
leg.
Lee
Lee
Shewan will be
Shewan.
doing. And Kirsty, if you watch him, give him a good telling off, because he has got every chance to get through this group still if he starts believing himself more. Executing
like
them
leader
does. I
through
wonder if he's
first.
got a problem
Game
with his
on.
hand there. That's the reason for the towel, the paper, etc. I wonder if he stabbed himself with his point. I've done that a few times before.
What, on purpose or
60.
accidentally?
One was in the Grand Slam against Corey Cadby. A beautiful yellow carpet in Wolverhampton.
Oh, and it's already pointing towards the floor when it leaves his hand. If you just look at his action, there you go. It's showing us the whole dart vertically, isn't he?
180.
It's all about the grip with Lee.
Yeah, worked for him there. He's a bit of an FDM, isn't he?
Car 91.
Lee Shewan, first dart merchant. When the first one goes in, the others seem to follow. Disappointed not to hit his favourite double again, and again he's pulled low.
81. Might you car 76.
All things seem to be going in Mike Norton's favour right now. He's done the sensible thing, just keeping it straight, just to give yourself 1 dart or a double.
Game shot on
When
the
it's your
third
day,
leg. Mike
It's
Norton.
your day, Mike Norton. Not without being absolutely spectacular, far from it. He has he's 2 legs away from the perfect 5-star day.
Fourth leg Mike to through first.
Whatever's
Game on.
happened here to Lee Shewan, it's driving him to distraction, and I just wonder if distraction will result in destruction. Because he's having
85.
to think about that all the time, isn't he?
It does take away sometimes the importance of the game and things. It just depends if it's on like his gripping a dart and try and grab hold of
60.
him at the end of it, but he's still got the chances here. There's nothing in this game as we look on the side view of Mike Norton.
60.
Yeah, so we might get a look at Lee Shewan's darts here. You see they're sort of pointing down when you leave his
100.
hand there.
He's playing a concerto with his fingers.
It almost
One out of
you would think.
40.
I mean, obviously, you're someone who much more well versed, but to a layman like me, you would think the darts are thrown like that would just hit the board side on and bounce straight out.
Yeah, there's like a little flick at the end.
One
that
out
he
of
uses. It's all
20.
timing, Philly. I guess when he gets it right, out many of us. There's this one, nice and simple. All the best players in the world have a pull back of
100.
just a couple of inches, because then, like I said, not as much can go wrong. Whereas Lee, just look at his fingers, finger with them darts until he gets it in that position. But
57.
clearly feels
Michael
natural to
Carr,
him.
116.
And this is for an absolutely fantastic position. He's going to get a dart or a double. That dart is tops.
76.
And that kind of thing has felt
Leo
quite
Carr,
natural to Norton this
164.
week. Or this day, rather. Another. And the ball.
139. Michael Carr,
Whistled
40.
past the button. But now Norton looks back at tops, nails
Show
it.
the fourth
And
leg.
Shewan
Mike Norton.
is on the brink of losing this one. Norton on the brink of a perfect day.
Fifth leg leader through first. Game on.
So can Lee bounce back just as he did against Martin Adams earlier on? Remember, he's been in worse position than this and won a game. He was 3-0 down against
95.
Wolfie, but Wolfie wasn't playing the way that Norton has played today.
$96. $58. $98.
Lovely, lovely stuff from Lee Shewan. He's actually now nailed 3 maximums. In this game alone. Norton just doing the simple stuff well.
100.
Well, a couple of trebles would just put some pressure on Shewan here. He's only 1 out of 10 on his doubles in this game, Lee Shewan.
60. Leo Carr, 68.
Leaves a finish, but you would think that he's going to get more than a dart at double in the next couple of visits. He won't be getting one in this visit, though.
36.
So to sign off in style, and it has been a stylish day for Mike Norton. Another in there. Oh, couldn't follow it.
80.
Shewan does get 3 at his not usual choice, but it's no problem, no trouble. A tungsten turnaround still remains a possibility. Well, this is the leg for Mike, isn't it? If Glenn Durrant was still sat alongside me,
game on.
He'd be saying ton, 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 101.
81.
He has
100.
scampered upstairs, Glenn, to provide analysis at the end of the show.
One out of
You might be hearing from him very, very soon because Norton is making a move here.
$100.
When we looked at this group, many thought about Martin Adams.
100.
Others said Scott Taylor. Some even said Lee Shewan, but not many looked at Mike Norton as the star of the show.
85.
But that's what he has been.
$82.
And he's probably a couple of wins away from securing qualification if he gets over the line here. But that if has just become highlighted and put into bold text because Lee Shewan is on his shoulder. Only one dart at double at best. And doesn't even get that. So Shewan
58
with an opportunity to force a deciding leg. 76 required. And it's 2 darts. At double 8. And he just won't go away.
Lee Shewan.
Shoe. Norton looks around.
7th and final leg leader through first.
Wondering how he's in this position, a position he hasn't found himself in all day. All of his matches have been won with apparent ease. And Lee Shewan has had to battle for every point that he's got, and he could end the day on 6 points. Just 2.
45.
Off Mike Norton, believe it or not. What a big leg of darts this is. And what a poor start that is. And what a good start this could be.
100.
Well, tons might be enough now after Shewan's sloppy start.
85.
All Mike will want is that treble again. And Shewan would be in trouble again.
95.
Well, that's okay. Still clings on to an advantage in the leg.
99.
Now he should be thinking about starting downstairs, really. No thought of it.
100.
But he does get another treble. It's a treble a turn for Mike Norton in a last leg decider against a throw. Oh, Lee Shewan, well, he didn't think about a finish himself. That is criminal. Should have been going for the bullseye there. 25 leaves 167.
82.
But it's perfectly poised, this. 172 and throwing, 124 and waiting.
96.
And it's the man who's won all of his matches so far today that gets the first poke at a finish in this last leg decider. 54. Can't get it. And Shewan now wants a self-same finish
56.
that he took out to force the last leg decider. Stays there for double 18.
40.
Is
Mike
that the
Norton,
only
68.
chance he gets? It's the only match dart that Mike Norton has faced today. He's going to get one himself. He opts for tops.
48.
That
Leo
was
Carr,
for
36.
a perfect day. This is to prevent it. And Lee Shewan has saved himself. And he's made it very interesting going into tomorrow's action. 4 players separated by 2 points in Group C. Mike Norton denied a perfect day as he returns to the Super Series. Another comeback win from Lee Shewan, who's come back from losing his first 2 matches by winning his last 3. So 4 players separated by 2 points, 2 on 8, 2 on 6, 2 probably eliminated, but Martin Adams still has hope. Robert Rickwood probably doesn't, but to put more colour into that story, we'll end the show with 2 blokes on a balcony.
Thank you very much, Chris. And well, that has put the cat amongst... We'll start that again. That has put the cat amongst the pigeons.
Those last 3 legs, Henry, absolutely unbelievable in the context of this group there. I mean, I came upstairs at 3-1 there thinking Mike Norton's pretty much done everything he needs to secure his place in Saturday night. Then Lee Shewan finally showed that fight back I've been desperate to see for him. All to play for tomorrow.
I'd say certainly all to play for. As for Kevin Dowling today, 8 points to his name, and we're probably still yet to see him get through the gears as of yet.
I'd love to sort of chat with Kev now because he sat, you know, in a fantastic position on 8 points there. Nowhere near his best. But what a big win against Scott Taylor that was, because that could have been just a real opportunity for Scott Taylor, who I think's got that added bit of class. But what I didn't see against Kevin there was his composure, and he just sort of let Kevin dictate that game there. So there'll be 4 happy players there, but the guy at the top might not be as happy as he thought he would be there, because he was very close to being a 5-star performance. And just look at that table there, just makes it a fantastic tomorrow morning.
And you would have felt, Mike Norton, if he got the win in that final game, that he would have had full control of the group.
And it sort of brings Martin Adams still into the equation now. If he goes 5 out of 5 tomorrow, what a story that would be. So it sort of brings 5 players in, but you're looking at 2 players from that top 4 right now. And, yeah, intriguing day ahead.
As for the players in Group A, Shewan will be by far the happiest of the lot that's dropped in.
Well, what's interesting for Shewan, what you remember on Monday morning, he opened up with 2 wins and then had 3 losses, and I could see the dejection in him as he left the building. Today was the polar opposite. He opened up with 2 losses and then 3 big wins. I think he'd be absolutely delighted. And that last start of that double 18 there, how crucial could that be come Saturday night?
Well, this is one of 2 sessions we're going to see here today at the MODUS Super Series. Let's have a check then of who we're going to see tonight in Group B, because it is going to be a very exciting group. We're going to see Andy Bolton and Harry Ward drop down from Group A into that particular group. And they're going to be joined by Alan Tabban, Ryan Palmer and Scott Walters. What takes your fancy there, Glenn?
Scott Walters, for me, believe it or not, I thought he was absolutely incredible last time I was here. That he was just a 180 machine. That is a tough group. Alan Tabban is an unbelievable player. The first game I ever had in the PDC was against Alan Tabban. Andy Bolton was absolutely terrific his A game this week. He's had that extra little bit of rest as well. Harry Ward just got better and better. And Ryan Palmer, I wonder how he feels looking at that group.
Indeed. Well, that is going to be our focus at 10 o'clock this evening here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Me and you and Comms tonight.
Are you looking forward to it? I certainly am. I certainly am, my friend.
We look forward to that. Chris Murphy will be up here on the balcony for all the action in Group B, where today in Group C, well, things are looking north for Mike Norton. We'll see you tonight. Bye for now.